from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Live breaking news as outside our building, Odyssey World Headquarters in Philadelphia, hundreds, if not thousands of, I'd say hundreds is safe to say, but Market Street, and this is a traffic alert for those of you who might be heading into the city, that we do have Market Street pretty much shut down by striking PICO union employees who right now, and this is history, PICO in its entire history, as I said earlier, has never gone on strike, but they're striking now. And so we'll see this as we have all these power outages happening. And so yes, it's electric or maybe not. I didn't lose power. I was awakened by the National Weather Service alerts. And we do have those alerts continuing throughout the day today. Flash flood warnings in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. And we have live from the White House, and maybe we'll resume that. Dan Borowski, it's good to be back.
Yeah, welcome back. It's nice to have you
Hi.
back. Had some great help from Kathy and that Linda Kearns. That Linda Kearns.
Thank
She
you,
was amazing. What a
Linda.
great host. But we missed you, Dawn.
Thank you,
We missed you so
Kathy.
much.
Thank you, Dan.
How was your vacation?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Traveled across the country, really. Visiting
Really?
family. Yeah. So it was lovely.
Oh, I thought you went down the shore.
So we were there, too, over the weekend.
What the hell? They're all over
I
the
know.
place. Where in the world is Dawn Stensland?
I know. So we were all over the place.
Do a new
It was
PBS
so
show.
much fun.
Yeah. So we were talking before the show, I don't know if you want to take people behind the scenes, about trying to go out there with a microphone.
Yeah.
We don't have that capability, sadly, but I was able to get footage from above. And this is kind of cool footage because you see the big train making its way through Philadelphia, leaving South Philadelphia. And some of the protests are still out there in this torrential downpour that's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you see from our conference room here at Odyssey headquarters, you see the steam there. And just under there is the Schuylkill River Trail, which, as we know, is parallel to that is a train track, and that's where Big Boy is currently going down.
Big Boy is headed out of town after being here.
Yeah,
So-
but as you were saying, still the turnout, fantastic for
Yeah.
those protesters lining it. But it looks like traffic is moving again. When I was coming in, it was down to one lane with cops directing traffic, but it looks like they cleared that out for the rain.
The rain is probably to the advantage right now, ironically, of PICO as the company. But as far as the Big Boy, the iconic Union Pacific Big Boy number 4014 wrapping up its Philadelphia visit, world's largest operating steam locomotive on display. It was on display, obviously, and now is out of here this morning. So that was pretty cool. But with regard to PICO and this strike, they're saying that they've offered as much as 20% extra. And the striking union is saying, we've been working without a contract since, late March. We deserve more, and we're not being fully appreciated. So it's not enough. So we'll see where this goes. We're following it. Obviously, they went on strike, over the July 4th weekend.
Did you want to bump in live to Trump? We can. We have that ability.
Yeah, this has been about an hour now. So let's just take him. He's doing some Q&A with reporters.
And they would submit plans without an electric plant. And I'd get calls from Lee Zeldin, who's a star, environmental, fast approvals, good approvals, but fast. And they'd call up and he'd say, sir, these plants are not taking advantage. And I call them and say, why aren't you producing? They said, we thought you were, every one of them, they thought I was kidding because they can't believe it. Number one, they can't believe that they're approved in a matter of weeks, because if this was somebody else, it would be 20 years before. They're all under construction. We do rapid approvals. And some are nuclear plants, because nuclear is now really hot and safe. I was not a huge proponent until 2 or 3 years ago, and then I saw my uncle was a big nuclear guy at MIT. He knew nuclear better than anybody, I think. Anybody in the world, probably. He was the smartest guy. He was at MIT, the head, for 41 years. And he said to me one day, he said, nuclear is going to be the most important thing, but it's also got to be watched. It's got to be watched very carefully because it can build the world, but it can also destroy the world. He said that. I said, Uncle John, that was a long time ago. But he was exactly right. He called it exactly right. But what they've done with nuclear in terms of generating energy is absolutely, a submarine can run at full speed for 30 years without having to refuel. The only thing it has to do is come up every 90 days for food. They can't solve the food problem. But think of it. A submarine, without having to gas up, can run for 30 years at full speed without stopping. Can run for 30 years at full speed without stopping. Who would believe a thing like that? But fortunately, we have the best technology and we have the best submarines. It's something we lead the world in by 15 years. Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
What?
I said thank you so much, Mr. President. Jennifer Schonberger, Yahoo Finance. On the Trump accounts, SpaceX president has said that she's going to donate shares to the Trump accounts. Have you spoken at all with Elon Musk about further share donations as well as other corporate
I speak to everybody.
About share donations?
Yeah, I'm like a cheerleader for geniuses. I love geniuses. I love high IQ people. He's a high IQ person. I love high IQ people. And I speak to Elon, I speak to Mark, I speak to Jeff, I speak to everybody. By the way, in the first term, less so. In fact, at my first inauguration, none of them were standing behind me. They were just the opposite. And now at this last inauguration, every one of them was standing behind me. It was sort of amazing. No, I speak to all of them. And I encourage them. I want them to be tremendously successful. Now, there's a thing called TikTok. Have you heard of it? I was watching a show this morning, Maria Bartiromo. She's fantastic. And on her show, they were talking about the dangers of TikTok. And it's Chinese, a whole thing with spying and what they're doing with it. Well, except it was announced about 2 days ago, the new numbers just came out. You know who the number one person in TikTok is by far? Trump, me. I just got, I'm number one. Like Taylor Swift was number 11. I'm number one in TikTok by far.
All right.
And the numbers just came out, and I said, well, I'm hearing about how they influence. They're talking about their tremendous danger because they influence, but if they influence so badly, I'm saying all things like I love our country, we got to stop communism, we got to this and that, we're doing a lot of things, but I'm by far number one. It was sent to me by, the list comes out, number one, number two. I was number one by a lot. So I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe they're bad, maybe they're not. I know one thing, great American people, tremendous business people and companies bought it. I called President Xi and everyone said he was a hard no. He was a hard no, but I said, it's a good thing for TikTok, but it's good for us too. American companies, great ones, own our TikTok and it's very influential, but I'm number one by a lot. So, I hear this thing was on today, Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always so negative.
He cracks me up.
Nobody's been tougher in China than me, but Gordon Chang, and he's a nice guy. It's like the world is falling down. It's not true. It's not true. We have to be careful because China's a great competitor. But, he was talking about, we must stop TikTok. I'm number one on TikTok. I think it helped me win the election in a landslide, if you want to know the truth. Yeah, please.
Kids, look at them sitting down. They're still
That's a hell of, yeah.
sitting Indian style.
For 50 years, we've been landing helicopters on grass. The grass is wet, soggy. The helicopters sometimes miss their little mark. They send people out, Marines. I watch them do it. They march out so beautiful, great guys. They have a piece of metal that he put down. And except for the fact that these pilots are so good, they almost hit the mark all the time. But sometimes they miss. They're half the size of this desk. Think of it, you're landing a big chopper. But, years ago, and they just got produced, but during my administration, they ordered brand new helicopters, the big ones, the ones for President. It's called Marine One. And our other Marine ones are about 40 years old. They're old, like Air Force One. It's time to make a change. And other presidents wouldn't do that because they think it's not good to make a change to luxury, but you got to do it. Other countries have them. So Sikorsky we ordered a number of Sikorskys as the helicopters back and forth. Well, they're about 2.5 times more powerful than the old ones. And when you land on the grass, it's not that the grass gets discolored, it gets ripped out. And it was all over. They landed it once, and nobody planned for this. This was a little bit of a planning mistake. So they landed the helicopter, and half of the grass was sitting in front of the Oval Office front door. The rest of it was scattered all over literally, it didn't singe it. It also singed it, by the way. But it literally lifted, because of the power. It's tremendous.
They need natural lawn of America.
But he said, well,
Mr. President,
we'll keep using the old helicopters when we have to land at the White House. And for everything else, we use the new helicopters. They said, that's a pretty expensive deal. You wouldn't do that for your company. You'd figure out an answer. So I said, because I have helicopters, and 3 of them. And I said, because they've been great for my business. I think they're incredible. So Sikorsky 76, right? And I always was lucky. I always got helipads. Other people don't. Very hard to get. The hardest thing to get is a helipad. Okay, there's no harder zoning thing to get is a helipad. And I had like 7 of them at different places, so I could go around by helicopter. And I said to the people, have you ever thought, these are generals, Air Force generals that are brilliant, and you get used to a certain thing. They'd bring out the metal, but now the metal didn't work because the power of these helicopters is so great it ripped up the grass, right? So I said, has anybody ever thought of a helipad? Because I build them, and they go quickly, and it solves all of the problems. Look, he's laughing. It's true, right?
Yeah.
It's
problem
crazy.
solver.
So it was funny. I said, has anyone ever thought of a helipad? I had like 6 generals in front of me.
You believe none of them thought of that?
That's a good idea. It's like the paperclip. It was such a simple invention. Probably he says that about a laptop. To him, it's a simple thing. To other people, wow. But the paperclip. 200 years ago, a gentleman came up with the idea for a paperclip. And he made a lot of money, became very rich. Not as rich as Michael Dell, but rich. In those money.
Michael
and
Dell
what
is
happened
to the
is
president's right
everybody
behind.
was jealous. They said, why didn't we think of this? Same thing with a helipad. So now we're building a helipad, beautiful helipad. And it's got the seal of the White House on it, in granite, in carved granite. It's really a beautiful thing. And I'll tell you, Sikorsky is paying for it. You know why? Because they didn't tell us how powerful these helicopters were, and they felt a little bit guilty. They sold us I like power, by the way. I think it's great.
No doubt Trump made him feel a little guilty.
But they probably, I don't know, they felt a little guilty. And they are paying for the cost of it. It's about $5 or $6 million. They're paying the full cost. And when I heard they were paying the cost, I went out and said, let's do a beauty. Let's not just do a piece of concrete and paint it white, which is why I just put beautiful concrete, nice, and we paint it white. This one is a beauty. It's got the seal of the White House. It's beautiful, the eagle, and it's carved out of granite. It's done by some of the most talented people you'll ever meet. And you're landing on granite, which is the strongest stone that we can, like the outside walk is black granite. That's 35,000 pounds per square inch. It's got a 1 million plus lifetime. It's the strongest stone there is. And that's being used out there, and it's going to be, I think, really beautiful.
You know how he knows that about granite? Because he builds stuff.
And it can be used for other things. When helicopters aren't landing, you can have other things out there like events. You could have news conferences literally on it because it's the right size. So by doing this, we solve the problem, and we'll be able to finally retire 45-year-old helicopters. Okay, how about 1 or 2 more and we'll get out? Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, about the FIFA decision, millions of American soccer fans are obviously very happy. But what do you say to the critics who say this starts a precedent which other powerful leaders?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can only say this. I had nothing to do with the decision. What I did have to do is, I said, I think that should be reviewed because I watched the play, and he didn't do anything wrong.
Agreed.
Got to look at, by the way, if he did, I'd feel differently probably. If he punched him in the face, if he did something wrong. I thought your young, wonderful basketball player, Caitlin, I thought that she was treated rather rough, if you want to know the truth. That was a much different kind of an event. That was a pretty bad event. But in this case, he didn't do anything wrong. Two people ran into each other. And by the way, if you look at that game, there were 10 instances where it was much rougher than that. So I think it starts with the fact that it shouldn't have been a foul. And then you have to look at the person that raised the card, and that's up to you people. You look at. But I didn't think it was very good because it was not good. And I think that Johnny is brilliant at what he does. And I think I don't think it was his decision. It's a big committee. And after reviewing it, I think they said, look, this game would have a big mark on it. If we lost, if we won, no matter what happened, you have to let them use their best players. And the game tonight's going to be amazing, and we're going to have a full team, and Belgium's going to have a full team. And you know what? If they beat us, then they can be really proud. The other way, if they beat us, we'll say it was rigged, just like the election was rigged in 2020, but I won't get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. The Trump accounts are great. Thank you.
So here you had President Trump. By the way, we've been talking about it this morning and reporting on it, but this is President Trump. And I watched this live as well. We were actually in Ocean City. We were actually at Manco and Manco Pizza, and we're watching this. And it was ridiculous that they called a foul. It was obvious that it was not an intentional. And so a lot of fans, I think ultimately they made the right call. But the story is that it's a stunning twist of events to review this controversial decision to ban their star player for the United States. And this is Folarin Balogun from tonight's game. So a lot of fans calling foul. I'll agree with it. I thought it was a crazy call because obviously it was not intentional. Obviously he tripped and he fell. But among those was Trump. So Trump picks up the phone. You could I can hear him, but he calls the FIFA president, who he knows, and that's who he refers to him. It's Johnny. He calls him Johnny, but it's Gianni, obviously. Gianni Infantino, the FIFA pres, asks for a review, and that has been confirmed. So he did. He said, I think you should review this controversial decision in the round of 32 win against Bosnia and Herzegovina. So FIFA confirming that this suspension of the star player was for a probationary period for a year. So I guess he remains on quote unquote probation, but he's not banned from play. Initially, they said he got a red card, meaning, nope, you're banned. So they used this clause 27, rule, but they said they accepted the decision of the disciplinary committee. They're pleased that Folarin Balogun is eligible to compete today. So that's the word. He can play. So
it's nothing new either. Cristiano Ronaldo. It's actually called the Cristiano Ronaldo rule because they famously used Article 27 to bring Cristiano Ronaldo back to the tournament after he received a penalty as well. So
what is new is that the president of the United States of America, right, is the one who picked. I don't think that has ever happened.
No.
Right?
He did actually. He was asked about it earlier in the press conference. We didn't take that. I do have that if you want it.
Yeah, let's hear it, Dan.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, would be different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't, it wasn't so great. Okay.
So great. All right. So here's the deal. President Trump, as usual, it was scheduled, as I said, making history that he would ring the opening bell, and all of this, ended up with him doing Q&A with reporters. That's President Trump. That's the incredible transparency of the Trump administration. But I will say, you saw the Dells behind him, Michael and Susan Dell. They were behind him there. Why? Because he was talking about not just the first of the kind joint ceremony, and here it is, where he's ringing the opening bell, New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ. Dell stock, why were they soaring more than 7% after the president praised Mr. and Mrs. Dell? Because they're the ones who've been so generous, pledging to donate more than $6 billion with a B, $6 billion to these Trump accounts. this is one of those underreported stories. So for families like Dan Borowski and his beautiful wife, Macy, and their beautiful little baby, or we just learned Nick Cale's little niece was just born. His sister just gave birth. Aaron, congratulations to your family.
We got ours in the mail. What a nice treat
Your
that
baby?
was. $1,000 put into an account for us. Yeah.
How cool is that?
Right?
It's underreported because if you just let it grow, and then if others will donate to it because they can donate so much, your baby girl could have $1 million+ by the time she's 18.
So my father-in-law,
Think about
Mike, is a accountant for a long time. My wife is a CPA, and the conversation they had last night at the dinner table was incredibly fascinating. Because Mike was saying, you hear so much about Social Security coming to its end, just a drip happening anymore. And he said 30 years ago, he came up with an idea. He just put the math in the numbers, said, hey, if you for every born kid put $1,000 down, invest it smartly, when they come to age that they need to take that money, whether that's coming of age in their 20s or 30s, or versus when they need it for Social Security, that's how you bump back up that giant, enormous account, that fund. So not only is Trump helping young people, the young generation, he's also fixing a huge problem in this country, which is Social Security, by being inventive, being creative, and finding ways to kind of get money back into a drip drop fund.
Yeah, and also, so think about that. You're banking on America because it's money that would be in the stock market. And as well, you're making it so that it's tax, it's not subject to taxation, so it's protected. But think about this. Think about the fact that, we've seen President Trump try to reimagine the Department of Education and dismantle it. And we've seen all of these changes, and I know I'll be talking about it, but we've seen these changes with the fact that they're capping the limits, for example, starting this month, that can be borrowed. Because it used to be, let's say you say, oh, I want to go to college and grad school and law school, and I need to borrow $1 million. There was no cap on it. So Linda McMahon, the Trump administration, they've limited all of that. Those changes are taking place as I speak. So how are kids going to pay for it? Well, guess what? Your daughter, Amelia, won't have that problem. Babies born now during this administration can pay for college themselves thanks to these Trump accounts. So it's really a story that obviously it's so positive. The media is not going to talk about it. But there's President Trump talking about that, among other things. And thank you, Michael and Susan Dell, for donating $6 billion with a B, and trying to get others to donate as well, so that these are not tax dollars that are paying for this.
One thing very interesting about that is also you have Michael Dell, who is the leader of a private industry, and you would think that in something like this, when they're reinvesting money, percentages into the stock market, into certain industries, that Dell would be among the top that's receiving percentages in the stock market. Nowhere to be found on the list. Other tech giants, Amazon, Google, NVIDIA was pretty high up, but nothing for the Dell family. They're not doing this to, help themselves. They're doing it to help the younger generation, which I think is incredibly honorable.
It really is, which is why they're front and center, why he was praising Michael and Susan Dell, saying that they are truly incredible Americans. And in the Oval there with the president, marking the launch of the administration's tax advantage investment vehicles for American children only. But President Trump, this was his idea, and praising the Dell family and hoping others will jump on board. Dawn Show is going to continue right after this, so please stay there. We have a lot of breaking news, a lot to tell you about, but I want to share with you, and also we love Piazza. We love Piazza, but have you considered a hybrid vehicle? My family has one. My husband drives it. A lot of gas-saving options available right now from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup, including the Accord, the Civic, and the vehicle that we have in our family, the CRV SUV. Right now, you take advantage of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months. And that one specifically is for the CRV SUV hybrid Honda vehicle. It's a beautiful thing. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA Keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Get ready for Men at Work. And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Flash flooding alerts by the National Weather Service continuing, so be safe. We have the PECO union. For the first time in PECO's history, those union members are out on strike as we have thousands without power. PECO bringing in contract workers to try to complete that work. So we've got that going on. We also have other headlines this morning. In Philadelphia, multiple police officers, as well as their families, filing lawsuits. Filing lawsuits against the Philadelphia Authority for Industrial Development, PAID, and developers, claiming that those officers developed fatal brain cancers. This is glioblastoma from toxic radioactive contamination at the Frankfurt Arsenal Complex, where the department's narcotics unit was once headquartered in the Northeast. And so the plaintiffs here thinking about their families, their loved ones of Officer Joe Cooney, as well as the estates of two officers who died of such cancers. That's Andrew Schaefer and Michael Francis Deal. And so I talked about that earlier this morning, but thinking about those families, their devastation, young men who certainly should have lived into old age, and the lawsuits here claiming that in fact they knew, and that they should have been warned that that narcotics unit never should have been located there without the proper cleanup. Just such a tragedy. But the law firm in these cases, handled by McMonigle, Brian McMonigle, McMonigle, Parry, McHugh, Mishak, Davis. And let's think about this, that I do have another update here I want to get to as we prepare on the 26th of this month. So TikTok, if you haven't already donated to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, where have you been? Please sponsor me. Please join our team, or at least sponsor or donate Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And think about this, another family. So we have an update on a non-citizen illegal charged now with homicide in the killing of Pennsylvania State Trooper. This is Michael Bahira Jr., who was just 44 years young. He was killed in the line of duty, and now we have the funeral arrangements here. So his funeral scheduled for 11 a.m. this Wednesday, July 28th, at the North Schuylkill High School auditorium, and the visitation will be earlier this Wednesday morning. Trooper Pahira was conducting those safety inspections on I-81 in Schuylkill County. Happened last Wednesday. An illegal immigrant, according to the authorities, driving a huge semi-truck, had the commercial driver's license, if you can believe this, with authorities saying that this guy remained in the United States of America despite being ordered to leave. And now we have the Pennsylvania State Troopers, they're demanding transparency, demanding an investigation. Why was he allowed to remain in this country? And just saying this is not about politics. This was the senseless killing of a Pennsylvania state trooper who now is his family has to bury him, and not just his immediate family, but the law enforcement family of America. Just saying that this guy was driving a powerful vehicle, for crying out loud. What is going on here? Trooper Pahira, by the way, recently moved home to help care for his mom during her cancer treatment. Can you imagine this? Now this is unthinkable. So his mother now has to bury her son, a Pennsylvania state trooper, and they're saying he died a hero, 44 years young. God bless you. Please pray for this family. But now they have to bury him. It'll be this Wednesday morning, and I'll be covering that. But the story it's unthinkable here, because this guy, the driver ID'd is 33-year-old Michael Bond, illegal here, like I say, an illegal Haitian national living in Brockton, Massachusetts, another sanctuary area, right? He's charged with homicide by vehicle, involuntary manslaughter, reckless driving among the charges, held as I speak here in Pennsylvania, Schuylkill County Prison, $700,000 bail. They're holding this guy and making him accountable. By the way, his next court date will be July 15th. But DHS now putting out a detainer for this guy. But charged with manslaughter in this case of killing Pennsylvania State Trooper Pahira. And by the way, him suffering. Why do I say this? Because this Pennsylvania State Trooper was on the side of the road, struck by this guy who loses control, a fiery explosion, a fiery scene. Nearby construction workers run toward the fire, and they see that the Pennsylvania State Trooper Pahira is trapped underneath this now burning semi, and they rescue him out of there, rush him to the hospital. I mean, it's just heartbreaking. It's believed that he suffered, and he later dies at the hospital. Unthinkable situation. I just wanted to give you that update. We have Ian. We have Surge Philly. I can see Ian. I don't know if Frank is here today. I don't think Frank is, but we want to bring in Ian.
Oh, they all are. They're here.
Are you here?
Here.
Both
Yes.
Okay, I can. We have so much, in between our studios that I couldn't tell. But Frank and Ian are here. I hope you had a blessed 4th of July. Just getting your reaction to everything that's going on. Did you guys make it in okay? Because we've got the striking workers from Pico, the striking employee. Are they still out there?
Yes. Yeah, they're out there in the numbers. Actually, they're out there, rain or shine. It seems.
Yeah, they're out there. They did not give us any problems walking in. I don't think that crowd is going to mind us too much. But yeah, we made it in. It was a very eventful weekend in Washington, D.C. and New York City. So a lot to talk about, but a lot going on in Philadelphia this weekend, being the birthplace of democracy. And now we have the Pico strike.
Pico strike. Were you guys did anybody go to the 4th of July celebration in Philadelphia? I mean, we live in Philadelphia. I live in Philadelphia. We drove by the celebration from the shore, but everything was delayed.
Yeah, so the heat was insane everywhere on the East Coast. Unfortunately, we were in Washington, D.C. for the National Mall celebration, so we didn't make it to the Philadelphia celebration, but it did get canceled due to the heat. I know the parade got canceled due to the heat, but it was a pretty interesting, weekend.
Okay, so were you there for the flyover?
Yes, the flyovers were insane.
That was absolutely sick.
Yeah.
It was sick.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and I actually got to see Air Force One, the new Air Force One, fly over the National Mall.
Did you get to ride in the new Air Force One?
Unfortunately, I did not, but hopefully someday Ian and I will be able to do that. And just real quick, I'm getting critical alerts on my phone. I think everybody is. I've been getting them for the last 2 weeks.
Imminent threat alert. You would think that, a ballistic missile was overhead with these flood warnings, but
It's like
I don't know. I don't know how imminent they are, but regardless, they're on my phone.
National Weather Service. I don't know if sometimes we get blown off the air. So I'm kind of surprised we're still on the air.
No, we're still on as of right now. I'll let you
Okay.
know if we do in your ear.
So National Weather Service issuing these alerts, much like we got them at starting at 11 o'clock and until 3 o'clock this morning. So I think I got like 2 hours sleep because I just could. But in any event, we're still getting heavy rainfall that's probably what cleared the PICO striking union guys, right? Because of the severe weather we're having. But we're making national news right now for all the, so be safe, baby. It's mostly the flash flooding, right? We don't have the lightning strikes.
I loved your point, though. The irony of this storm, though, them not being able to protest, is it actually helps them even more than protesting.
Yeah. The real difficulty this morning was getting in Uber to get to the studio.
Yeah.
We had a run, and we actually
dodge raindrops.
Yeah, we brought a Philco radio from the 1960s. This was made in the 1960s in Philadelphia.
In Philly, yep.
A Philco radio.
That is sick.
Yes, I have it in my hand. Dave Mellick, a very good friend of mine, gave this radio to me. And one thing about it is it still works. I can still listen to WPHT 1210 on this radio from the 1960s because of the quality of American products and what American workers can do.
If you want to hop on a conference room, I'll give you a ride home. I don't want you getting that one all the way back. Seriously, I'm out at noon. I'll get you a ride.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, we might need one. But
just hang around, yes.
Precious cargo.
Yeah, with people striking out there for PICO, we respect the American worker, but we think one thing that would help the American worker is deporting illegal immigrants who are stealing American jobs and suppressing wages.
Great point.
And that's something that J.D. Vance has done a good job with talking about that while the left says, these deportations have to stop, actually, if you look at what's happening with not just jobs, because they've lowered wages, but think about the affordability issue. So I talked about this, I think, before 4th of July vacation, but it's worth repeating. If you look across the country, the lowering of rent prices and affordability housing prices, why are the prices going down? That's directly associated with the deportations or self-deportations because of the housing issue. Because think about it. When you have millions of people just really descending upon this country and there was no planning for it, where do you think that they're living?
Yeah, absolutely.
It affects rent prices especially.
Yeah, it just alleviates strain across the board of our economy because we know that illegal immigrants are net fiscal drains of around $128,000 per illegal immigrant. And, that's a very big drain on our economy and our social welfare system, too. They claim massive amount of taxpayer benefits, and they don't contribute much to the tax base at all.
Well, think about, I would say this, and I suspect that it just would cost a lot, so I almost wish they would just put it out digitally and say on your tax returns every year, we should have the option to opt in. They should do this on federal tax forms. Opt in if you want to help pay for illegals, for non-citizens. So hey, it's all about you. George Clooney, you're so wealthy. For all of those of you who want to opt in and then do the cost and say, will you opt in and how much you want to, like, when you go to the grocery store, like the other day, I was at Acme or Giant or whatever. And they said, would you like to round up for the USO? It was 51 cents. And I said, you know what? That's nice. And so I was checking out a Giant. I was buying some, turkey burgers or whatever. So I opted in. You know what I mean? When you're doing your debit card and it's digital. So you could opt into that. So that's what everybody should do on your federal taxes. Hey, opt in. You be you. If you want to pay, $10,000 or per person or whatever it would be, then you can go ahead, as they say in Delco, go ahead, and you opt in to pay more for illegals, for non-citizens. But let me just ask you, 855-839-1210, who's going to opt in or say, no, thank you, I'm not going to pay for this? We should have a choice.
I have an idea there. We have to make sure who opt-ins and who opt-out is public information.
Are you an innie or an outie?
I'm an outie.
I think
Let
so.
me just clear the air.
Too much information there, man.
But I think if we don't make that public, a lot of these leftists and a lot of these Democrats who want everybody to pay for illegal immigrants would opt out. Because what they're doing is virtue signaling.
100%.
They don't actually care about people. They're not actually charitable. Because if they were, they would do it themselves. They would help people without demanding that other people do the charity work through taxation.
It would materialize the issue for them, and it would make it real as we've seen these people have no basis in reality. Their foundation is totally based on emotion. And when you actually make the problem real for them, they seem to totally throw every, virtue signaling value they have out of the window. We see it all the time. If you've seen the clips on the internet when, some pranksters will bring some illegal immigrants to a leftist's house, and they'll be like, would you mind taking them in? Do you want to take them in? And we see time and time again, they don't want to take them in. So it would make the issue real for them, and then they would run and hightail it.
Yep, and it's hypocrisy. They are deeply hypocritical, and we see that in some of the videos we actually brought today, which shows leftists actually using their First Amendment rights to protest, demanding that they could protest while stopping journalists like Ian and I from recording and documenting those protests. They talk bad about the police every single day until they want to use the police and the government to silence people they disagree with, which they did this weekend in Washington, D.C., and I'm sure we'll see that real soon.
So it's a good point to break, but we do have the flash flood warnings, National Weather Service issuing these emergency alerts, flash flood, and this is something in our area. And think about all the power outages, especially in Bucks County this morning. You think about what has happened. And even overnight, we heard about rescues of people who were driving and swept up. And so that reminder going out this morning from law enforcement, first responders, and yes, National Weather Service putting this out that we have these flash flood alerts. If you're in a roadway and it looks like it's flooded out and maybe that road has been closed, please don't risk it, because we've seen what happens, right? So you got to be safe out there. If you have to be out, be safe. And so the National Weather Service putting this alert out, and that alert in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. But we have more alerts, more rain, nasty weather. We're going to get into, you got to see and hear these videos. Philly Surge, we've got Frank and Ian in the house, our executive producer, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly. It's great to be back to join you once again. Dawn Stensland here. 855-839-1210. Are you an innie or an outie? I'm not talking about your belly buttons. Dan Borowski's like, ew. I'm talking about...
Well, Dawn, are you an innie or an outie?
Well, belly button, I'm
I
an
know
innie.
The audience really wants to know.
Belly button, I'm an innie, but I'm an outie when it comes to... I don't want to pay for illegals.
Absolutely.
I don't, because we have
Absolutely.
enough to pay. Could we just... I wish we could just focus on getting HVAC for Philly schools before we go back to school. Wouldn't that be nice?
That'd be great.
52 schools as we set to shut down 17 schools. And I know that was on the digital version, the lead of the Philadelphia Inquirer this morning, but nobody ever connects the dots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On one hand, liberals want to pay for millions of people here illegally, but it reminds me of when you're because I've recently been flying a lot, visiting family. When you're on the airplane and they say, hey, make sure that if the plane is in peril, you take the oxygen mask, you put it on yourself so you can help your kids, right? And so you want to put that oxygen mask on you, then help those around you.
Yeah.
So it's almost like we want to give the oxygen to others before we help our own children
Great point.
and our own families in America. It's so un-American.
Yes, great point. And wherever you are, stay safe with the weather outside, but also stay tuned in to WPHT 1210 while we go over these great videos very soon.
Dan, I love it.
I do. Hey, as we go to break, too, Dawn, 1210 WPHT at 1210 WPHT, YouTube.com. The flyover that you guys talked about, the beautiful Washington, D.C. flyover, we'll have that for you if you go over there and check out the video.
Oh, my gosh.
See you on the other side.
Best.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The Working Families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Good to be back live. I'm in my red, white, and blue, by the way. And I don't know, I'll have to show, these are, can you guys see my earrings if I take off my headsets? Can you guys see my earrings? So this is the Danbury Mint. Thank you for sending this stuff. They sent us fleece, like really cool fleece, and they sent me these. Can you see these? Here. Look at these pretty earrings.
Trying to zoom in here. Yeah, you can kind of see them there.
So, and Stacia, my bonus daughter, gave me this like
There you go.
star-studded shirt.
Extreme close-up on Dawn Stens.
Oh, God. It's scary. But
Are they
here-
red, white, and blue?
They're red, white, and blue.
Very
Like little
patriotic.
diamonds
Very
and
patriotic.
Those are
like little
beautiful.
pretty stones. I don't know if they're diamonds, but they're beautiful gemstones with red, white, and blue. They're really pretty. So thank you, Danbury Mint. But a lot of, I don't know, I was geeking out. We had a B-2 Spirit, a B-1 Lancer, and a B-52 Stratofortress in a historic flyover celebrating America's 250th. A trio of U.S. Air Force strategic bombers flying over in that powerful display. And you guys were front and center, Serge Philly, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. Wow. To be there, to see that, what an unforgettable sight. I mean, that the celebration of America and patriotism on full display. And I just wonder how much of the media coverage, unless you were watching it or you look for it, I just think it's in the left media not cool to be patriotic, and why? It's a shame.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They don't want to celebrate America and what makes America great. And a large part of what makes America great is our military might. So much innovation happens if you look at our military and our planes and our Air Force and our Space Force, every branch of our military. It should be celebrated. But, much of the left-wing media, they not only don't want to celebrate our military, they don't want to celebrate America. And if we did not have President Trump in office, we wouldn't be celebrating America. We would be celebrating every other culture for America's 250th. So I think it's great that we were able to have a celebration about what makes America great, about the states that make up America in the National Mall in Washington, D.C. this weekend.
Amen. Yeah, and I have some friends who are there. They're just arriving, and I said to Christy and them, if you guys are listening and you can call in and let us know how that is. What Dan Borowski, what you played was the B-1 in full afterburner, kicking off the largest fireworks display.
Sorry.
That's
awesome. Very loud.
Next level.
Look at that. And the fireworks. So happy birthday, America. Freedom 250. Salute to America. B1 in full afterburner. My son Michael actually sent this to me. Thanks, Michael. I don't know if you guys geek out, but I'm geeking out.
You guys know that Dawn one time actually strapped herself to a wing of a plane, and during one of these
Not a B-1 bomber.
I know, but still, you're wing walking with a harness
Wing-walking.
on a plane.
Yeah.
Really?
Dawn the Daredevil.
I am.
We're going to have to find that clip.
I
We're
know.
going to have to see that pretty soon.
Frank actually went skydiving. I'm yet to go skydiving, but
I love all
I'm
that
open
stuff.
to it.
Wait, so Frank is the Daredevil, and Ian, you don't like the heights.
Well, I that was like years ago. I don't know, Frank.
Yeah.
You got to get into specifics about that, but I just remember Frank going with my cousin actually. So
Yeah. So
I just
went
got I got
skydiving.
left out. I think I just got left out.
Yeah. We're gonna have to bring Ian skydiving pretty soon. Maybe we'll have a fun video for Serge Philly with me and Ian strapped to a parachute jumping out of a plane.
Be careful. Dan, you don't like the heights.
No, I hate them.
rides.
Yeah.
That's like my husband. My husband, Larry Bear, he does not like the heights at all. But for me, I love it.
Some people love them and some people hate them, but there really is no in between. I've always been the
True.
person who loved to go on roller coasters down the shore in Wildwood and really anywhere. I haven't been on a roller coaster in a while because we've
Neither
been
have
working.
I. Yeah.
Screw that.
We've been working so hard when it comes to Serge Philly.
I don't remember my last time on a roller coaster. Maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. But
What's
I
more
love
thrilling than talking with these fascists out here?
yeah,
Sometimes.
Yeah,
sometimes.
actually, I don't know.
You don't need the
Yeah.
rush anymore.
You're probably safer of skydiving or on a roller coaster
100%. 100%.
than some of
Do you
these.
think President Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Why is President Trump a fascist?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Well, what is fascism?
I'm also not sure, but I know that man isn't worth the time.
Do you think President Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
How is President Trump a fascist?
Hold on, I'm going to pause it so you can explain your OGs there, dog.
Because if you're watching on YouTube, you're going, oh boy, what is it? So it's what is that, like a Fraulein? It's a guy. It's a dude.
Yeah. Right now, there's a dude in a dress, absolutely puzzled at the question Frank just asked him. And when I mean absolutely puzzled, I mean absolutely puzzled. You need to tune into the YouTube ASAP to see this.
Yeah, the eyes were going crazy. The eyes were really searching for the answer in the back of his head, I think, and he didn't find anything.
Okay. So it's a dude dressed in, I'll say, the traditional, I think, Fraulein, the young German lady in a, what's it called? A dirndl?
Is that it?
Where it's, right?
Or is it
It's
a
like-
French maid outfit?
All I know is that is not a man's outfit.
And that's not a woman dressed.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like a low, just to describe.
There's a lot going on there.
Most of you might be listening, not watching. If you're driving, pull over. So it's like the Alpine regions of Bavaria, Austria, the classic, like the dirndl, like the form-fitting
Now that you mention
white
it, I
bodice.
do see it. Now that you mention it.
It's like the low-cut blouse, and then the high-waisted skirts, and then it's like a drawstring.
It's a different type of Yahoo we got on screen right now.
Thing that you can.
It's a tough watch. It's a tough watch.
Short-sleeved, and the, little off the
God,
shoulder.
it's 2026. I mean, this is normal.
Sweetheart. Like low cut.
Unfortunately, Dan, you are correct.
What I'll say is very eye-catching. I was just trying to get a hot dog at the stand, and I turn around and I see this dress walking down the street.
Well, you got your hot dog.
Dan.
Sorry.
I'm talking to the guy ordering my hot dog, and I see this person, and I'm like, get the mic. 1 minute, we'll be back.
Fraulein hot dog. It's literally a Wiener Schnitzel.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
I just got to freeze frame the confusion. What does a fascist look like? And that's the face you get.
Yeah.
Boom. Fraulein fascist.
He was connecting dots that I was unaware existed.
Oh boy.
That's a really long time to answer. That's like Jeopardy final answer.
Yeah, like I actually had to cut it a little bit because it would have been like legitimately 2 or 3 minutes of him standing there like that.
Yeah, like my hot dog was getting cold while he was struggling to answer the question.
So he never gave an answer? Or they never gave an
No, he
answer?
said, I don't think this is going to work, and then he walked away.
Yeah.
So
what is fascism?
I'm going back to that
now
point.
that's the clown.
Yeah, the clown.
Yeah, the clown.
Deal with the clown.
The court
clown's
jester.
kinda-
Here we go. Ready?
Okay.
How is President Trump a fascist?
Here's Fraulein fascist.
Sweating that one out.
In the close-fitting bodice
Got
with
stumped
a low
on a log.
neckline. Good boy.
I don't think it's gonna work.
Do you think President Trump's a fascist?
Yeah.
just took a fascism
It didn't work.
No.
He was right about that one.
And then we have a fascism student right here.
Okay, she's a fascism. She's in.
She took a
She's
fascism
looking
class.
fabulous, by the way, in her hot pink.
Hope Macy's not listening.
Yeah,
What?
she
I'm allowed to say it.
I said
She's
she
a
looks
fit
great too,
female,
yes.
right?
Yeah, she was definitely, good looking, but she wasn't exactly all there in terms of, getting her points across. You'll see the clip.
Okay.
Just listen to it.
And we did not discuss that, but I have my own thoughts on President Trump.
You took a fascism class?
I did.
What is fascism?
Fascism to me is I agree with there's like different definitions.
You can get your textbook.
Yes, I can.
She was so happy. She was so relieved.
She's pulling out her textbook.
Did you find out what
Very
fascism
eager to
is
pick
yet?
up the textbook, and then she got
I'm trying
lost.
to give the different definitions to compare and contrast.
Can you give me one definition?
No, there's no one definition of fascism. It's
Oh.
still highly debated among historians.
Can you give me a definition?
What?
It's when you're.
And that's exactly probably
what I wanna
verbatim
talk.
what it said in her textbook, because the institutions, the publishing institutions of educational material have totally been overtaken by radical leftists.
Do you know where is she a student? Do you know which college?
No idea. All we know is that she is a student of fascism, apparently. I don't
Yes.
know. I don't know if that means she's like
what
in
does that
favor
mean?
of fascism or if she's
learning
studying
how
it
to be a fascist.
So she really wanted to talk to me.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, her friend pulled her away before I could really inquire about where she went to school.
Is she the one with the D word on her shirt?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
You would have
another word for a ditch on the side of the road.
So, to say, I know that was in her textbook, but basically it's number one that you have a dictator. In other words, totalitarian rule relies on suppressing any opposition, so not free and fair elections, not an elected official, but an all-powerful dictator, right? So we could not be fascist because we have unless she's saying the elections are rigged. Is that what she's alleging?
Yeah, and I would assume not, because that's a hill that the left has been dying on, is that the elections are totally on the up and up.
Yeah, so there's that. And then heavy regimentation of society, the economy. So nothing fits, right? I will say this, she makes the point as far as indoctrination. And so what we have here is our higher institutions where that's why I asked where she goes to college. This is the problem, because this is who is indoctrinating. It's, yes, to a degree, grade schools and high schools and that sort of thing. But the higher institutions, particularly with females, right? Your hottie in the hot pink outfit, like her, she's brainwashed. She can't think for herself. She's a follower. She doesn't even want to speak out. She allows her friend to take her away because she was excited to speak to you. And she goes, I know the answer. Let me get my textbook out. So she's a good student. And she wants, right?
And then
a follower and a sheep.
Yeah.
It's so embarrassing.
And I was wearing my classic
women.
shorts, and she pointed out the shorts and made fun of my shorts.
Yeah, she called the shorts Republican.
Yeah. I think she was trying to talk to me because
was
my shorts,
checking you
but
out.
whatever.
Well, did you get her
Frank is
number?
single.
Opposites attract there, Frank.
Maybe.
She was pulled away by her friend.
She's like,
who-
oh my God, it's like so cute though. In a short.
Yeah, she was enamored by the shorts.
And by Frank, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Frank,
either Frank.
she's
Yeah.
checking you out.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll convert her.
It's not often to see a leftist protester that looks like this. I mean,
Well, the video did get a few million views, so
she might have had something to do with it. I don't know.
I did.
What is fascism?
Fascism to me is
Wrong. It's not to you. It's a
I
definition.
agree that there's like different definitions.
You
There
can
was
get
a
your
guy with a
textbook.
check- Yes.
And the sad part about it is she's probably a straight A student.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And how are you going to compare and contrast different definitions if you can't even name one of those said definitions?
Mm-hmm.
So it really made no sense.
So, according to the Holocaust Encyclopedia, fascism is a far-right political philosophy or theory of government that emerged in the early 20th century. Early 20th century, fascism prioritizes the nation over the individual who exists to serve the nation. Fascist movements could be found in almost every country. Following World War I, fascism was most successful in Italy and Germany. You know who, Hitler.
Yeah. And something I find interesting is the people who are prioritizing the collective good instead of or over the individual are the Democrats, are the people on the left. They are the ones who disregard individual rights for the good of the collective. And that is that is an aspect of fascism. So who are the fascists? I think it's the people who are stopping journalists from covering protests on public spaces, which you'll see real soon happening in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, before we get to it, I'll just say this. Well, so back in the day, and the Holocaust, Museum and the encyclopedia is quoting from the past, right? Quoting from 1933, 1945, talking about Benito Mussolini, and obviously talking about Hitler, etc. And so now, before it was considered far right, Adolf Hitler, etc., and then 1919 earlier. But will now the left redefine this as a leftist movement? Do you know what I'm saying?
Could be.
That's just my question.
Yeah, I think it's totally possible. I think, when it comes to fascism, when it comes to communism and all these different political and economic ideologies, what you have is authoritarianism. And I think we can agree, and many people on the right agree, that authoritarianism is bad. And I would say that authoritarian force in the United States and the world right now are the political parties that are on the left wing. They are the authoritarians. They want to import a class of people from the third world that they can easily control. That's true authoritarianism. They want to tax people. They want to regulate businesses. They want to control every aspect of the economy. All of this stuff is really negative. It's going to have negative results for society, and it's authoritarian, and we need to stop it.
And it's wrapped up in this, pretty shiny paper called democratic socialism. Yeah. But what it really is Marxist-Leninism. Yeah. And it's going to devolve into government-enforced communism. Look at Zoran Mamdani. The nerve to tweet, put your ACs on 78 degrees.
Yeah.
He's one step away from enforcing that. As the mayor of New York City, you should have no bearing on people's air conditioner setting.
Well, it's okay. I don't know if we want to get to this now because you have great videos, but I will say for those of you who join me at conservativetours.com in 2 different Italy trips, in Italy currently, which is, I know that Italy is not, there certainly is not a communist country, but there's a lot of socialism, as you know, in Italy.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So in Italy, the government controls when you can turn on the air conditioning. True story. So on one of our trips, you had all these big American guys, including my husband, Larry, who were like, what? There's no AC in the hotel? And they were like, no, we can't control it because the municipality controls when we can turn on the AC. And
romantic.
Yeah.
A sweaty husband.
I hate air conditioning, so I actually don't mind it because I was like, it's cool at night. Open up the, get a breeze, open up the windows. But I'm not like a sweaty, I don't know. I've never liked air conditioning, but I'm in a minority.
I need my air conditioning.
But in Italy, true story, it's really controlled by the government.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate to see. And, I didn't know that. And, I would say that New York City is not too far off from that.
Yeah.
It could be a few mayoral administrations, but, the people of New York City probably would vote for something like that. They voted in somebody who wants to freeze the rents and take control of private functions. So we'll see. It remains to be seen, but it's government. It's not looking good.
Entitlement.
Yep. It's champagne socialism.
Yeah, these politicians are entitled. What they should be doing is figuring out how to make sure the power grid is functioning so people can have their air conditioners on, not telling people to turn off their air conditioners.
They should deregulate and allow American industry to flourish and solve problems.
Mm-hmm. One thing I'll push back on a little bit, because you talked about people coming here from third world countries. The people who've come here legally from places where there's actual communism and socialism, those individuals, if you know them, they will tell you what it's really like.
Oh yeah. Look at Marco Rubio.
Yes.
He comes from communist Cuba,
That's a good point.
and he could be our next president.
Yeah.
Remains to be seen, but I think that's 100% true, Dawn. The people with firsthand experience always tend to be the most against communism and socialism.
Because they know, because it's real to them,
yeah.
And they know what that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no such thing as champagne communism or socialism.
Only for the ruling class.
The oligarchs.
Yeah.
All right.
The billionaires.
I have to, Dan Borowski, what should we do?
Let's go to the video that they've been teasing. This amazing video down in Washington, D.C., guys. Set this up, and what's going on? I had a lot of censoring that I had to do here.
Yeah, Dan, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
But this is Independence Day Antifa chaos there in Washington, D.C. Frank was interviewing a British guy about why he was out protesting Independence Day from the British, and, he did nothing but virtue signal, but what really got us going was the fact that his wife, came in and turned into a screaming banshee.
Turned into the Incredible Hulk.
Oh my gosh.
Get the out of my face! Get the out of my face!
Wow.
Get my face!
Oh my gosh.
Get my face!
Yeah.
Get the
cray cray.
Headphone warning for anybody listening with headphones. Yeah, this one is allowed.
This is public property. We're journalists.
Okay, actually, it's a permanent event. So take the microphone out of my face.
Well,
it's a permanent event. If you want to go, you can go on that side of the street.
Just because it's a permanent event,
you can.
Just because it's a permanent event.
Hey, tell us what's going on here.
So that's the cops.
So this once again, these people who think that it's a permitted event, suddenly that you don't have free speech rights.
Yeah. So, and first of all, I think it's super interesting that people keep getting in my face to tell me to get out of their face. It's so insane. It's so crazy.
It's emblematic of the left. It
But
shows their hypocrisy.
It's public property.
You're going that side of the street. Yeah, public safety. Sir,
It's public property. I'm following the march, and the police come over, and they tell me that I need to get on the other side of the street.
Wait, is that a real police officer?
Yes. That's a lieutenant. That's a lieutenant and a member of the First Amendment communications team. You'll see there in a minute, the back of his vest, what it says is First Amendment communication team. So this is apparently the expert on the scene on the First Amendment. So he's actually...
They went to school where the hot pink...
Yeah. He went to the same fascism class, but he's over there, suppressing Frank's freedom of speech. And
Frank's in his short shorts.
Yep, like always. And he's
those Republican shorts, Don.
Yeah,
sorry to trend.
Got to keep the tan line high.
Legs.
And right here we have a protest monitor or / organizer, safety marshal, whatever they call themselves, harassing us right now. And the cop actually says he's allowed to do that. He's not doing anything. The First Amendment guy.
Yeah, so right after the police officer told me I couldn't be on covering the protests and following the protests, they essentially, the organizers of the protests, started following my cameraman to stop us from getting video. So I immediately turned to the police and I say, well, is he allowed to follow my cameraman? Because we're just here at the protest. We're not following any individual. The organizers of the protest started following my cameraman in particular to stop us from recording. Can you stop him from following my cameraman? No, I would like you to stop him from following us.
He's not doing anything. You're allowed to do that.
Oh, I'm allowed to follow him?
Yeah, come on.
I'm allowed to follow like that?
Sir, come on.
Wait, I thought I wasn't allowed to go up to the group. They just went up to me.
And then it shows that he was actually in the wrong because the cops ended up chastising him. So it's very emblematic, and it shows that these protesters and these agitators, they're getting away with too much, and they're actually, at this point, weaponizing the institutions, the enforcement arm of the law against people and suppressing their freedom of speech. So it's sad to see that it's happening in Washington, D.C., and it probably could be stopped.
Yeah, I just take a sigh of relief that it's not happening here in Philadelphia. We have a great police department and great police officers in Philadelphia that keep us safe and enforce our rights whenever we're outside. But in places like Washington, D.C., that's not always true. We've had multiple issues where the police take the side of the protesters who are harassing and assaulting us, and it's wrong.
And so what about the signal chat? And
yeah,
the coordination.
So there's another video of us in New York City covering a pride parade. Now, in this video, I was trying to interview people in the crowd, and organizers of the pride parade kept coming up and blocking our interviews, telling people not to talk to us. And there would be one person, and then there would be 4 more organizers running up to me to basically give backup to the one organizer who's stopping me from doing interviews. Eventually, I see the organizer texting on his phone, "Need help," in a group chat to the other organizers. Okay. Just minutes, not even minutes, a minute after he sent that text, a herd of organizers came running up to give him backup.
Need help.
And then they formed a massive human wall. You'll see in a second.
Oh, look, they're all here. They're all here. He just texted that he needed help on his phone right there in a Discord, and now they all showed up running after me. So this is a full-scale operation happening right here. Do they believe in borders? They literally have a human border stretching all the way down. Did you know you're committing conspiracy to deprive me of my rights?
And then Frank whips out the Constitution here.
So they know about the RICO charges they're going to get. Do you think the mask is going to help you? Actually, is that why they're wearing masks? Because they know they're committing federal crimes?
Good question.
Yeah, is that why you're wearing a mask? You know your identity can still be found, especially if you're in a group chat. There's something called an IP address. So what can happen is the government can trace back to your name and your location, and then if they feel you committed a federal crime,
becoming like a class.
They can bang down
fascism
your door.
class.
Look at the girl's face.
Federal
He's absorbing
conspiracy.
every
And that
ounce of
carries
knowledge.
She's nodding like,
some
oh.
sense, right?
She's like, oh.
And then if you have links to other
I
groups,
did not know that.
that could also be investigated. And if you said anything to incite violence in them group chats, after it's subpoenaed, you can get caught up with another case. I suggest you change your path in life.
Great
Have a
advice.
good day.
Great advice.
Have a good day.
Take him to school, Frank.
I think they changed their path in life.
Yeah. I don't know about that. How many people, you're showing the video, how many people do you think were answering their call for help?
Oh, it was over 20 people at least.
A lot. It was a
lot
lot
of people. Need help. Need help on 14th. Is
Their
that a
human
signal
wall
chat?
was actually, it was probably
crazy.
a quarter of a block in length.
He just texted that
That
he
was a lot
needed
of
help
people.
on his phone. And it was actively moving with me.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It was like, yes, it was, yeah.
That is crazy.
It was a Frank-seeking human wall.
Frank,
did you learn that in fascism class?
Unfortunately, I didn't take this fascism class that everybody's talking
I know.
about.
I'm trying to take this
You
class.
schooled them pretty well, though.
Yeah, I asked
that was
about.
corny.
I would be curious if that one student in the pink was, because we heard about the Rutgers. There are some New Jersey schools, but Rutgers in particular has some fascism classes and textbooks.
Well, I'll tell you what. She was super interested in the shorts, so maybe she'll reach back out, and if she does, I will figure out where
Craigslist
she went to school.
misconnections.
Misconnection.
It's like 2008.
Antifa student in New York City.
Wearing a fuchsia
fuchsia one
skin
piece.
tight onesie.
Yes, if she reaches out, I will figure out where she took that class out, and I will.
It could be
let you
Rutgers.
know.
It was in New York City, so I mean, it's.
I mean,
like
she
pretty
seems
close.
very smart.
Yeah. But number one on the list, Rutgers University Department of History offers fascism, exploring its European history. Cornell, Wesleyan, University of Chicago, but the top one, Rutgers.
Could be.
Is listed.
Maybe we'll have to take a fascism class just to see what they're teaching.
We should do that to get her textbook for sure.
We'll put on some meta glasses and figure out exactly what they're saying fascism is and the multiple definitions and various aspects of the political ideology.
The very complex and intricate concept of fascism.
I love it. Fascism 101. SurgePhilly.com. We have to take a quick break. We're up against it. Dawn Show continues right after this.
Our nasty heat wave is finally broken. We're only going to get to 80 today, but we're going to see lots of clouds and some heavy thunderstorms later. Only 75 tomorrow with more showers and clouds around. We'll get a little more sun on Wednesday with a high of 85, up to 87 on Thursday.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, listen, we appreciate Frank and his Republican short shorts, the Fascism 101, all the great videos. You're never going to live this down.
They love it on
He's
YouTube.
got legs. It's like ZZ Top.
A new fashion trend, the
He's
Republican
got legs.
shorts.
He knows how to use them. He's maybe, I don't know, maybe Frank Scales and Serge Philly, Ian McGinnis, maybe one liberal crazy chick at a time. You're, I don't know, making these women, reevaluate.
Bringing them back. Bringing them back.
Every time they talk about the shorts, they get 2 inches shorter.
Like Pinocchio. Man. But, Serge Philly, I know that most of you follow them, but Serge Philly I think you guys are the best and catching on, and we just really enjoyed you.
Thank you so much, Dawn.
It's a pleasure to be on.
We enjoy you guys.
And we pray for you, too. And I know Frank's grandma's very worried, and Ian, your parents are probably freaking out and wish that you would just go to, I don't know, accounting school or tech school, anything but this.
Yeah. But it's a blessing to be able to do what we do, and we love it. So if you want to follow us, just look us up on all platforms, whatever you use, frank.scales or Serge Philly. If you want to go to our website at surgemedia.us, you can leave a contribution. Nothing is too small. We appreciate everything, and thank you so much.
Yeah, it's awesome to be on, and we're going to be releasing some merch today, too, so stay tuned for that. It's 1 year since we started making videos, and we started Serge Philly, so it's a huge milestone for us.
Woo!
And we're so thankful
1 year ago.
For you guys, Dawn and Dan. It's a real pleasure to be on every week. And stay tuned. Yeah, we're going to have some merch up.
Big things.
Merch.
Yes. It's good. They're going to be, we have beautiful shirts, hats, and maybe some short shorts. Let us know if you want to buy
and a mug, too, if you need a mug.
A mug.
Coffee drinking
Frank
needs.
Scales branded Republican shorts coming
Nice.
your way.
Yep. Coming
Come
your
on.
way.
Who wouldn't want some Frank Scales short
Serge
shorts?
Philly short shorts.
They work. We've demonstrated that in the videos.
You selling the goggles too there,
Woo!
Frank?
We might have to. We might have to.
I love it.
Stay tuned.
Yes.
Frank and Ian, love
Thank
you
you so
guys.
much.
Be safe.
See you guys.
More videos to come. We got the merch to come. And we have the Dom Giordano show to come as well. Great to be back this Monday.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. And celebrate 1 year of Serge Philly. Dom show continues right after this.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. A little look back, a little look forward. We got an unbelievable guest. Corey DeAngelis, as you know, is always great, the school choice guy, but he's got a pipeline into the NEA, National Education Association. This is when they hold their annual meetings. They don't even put their business items up publicly because they don't want us to see what they're up to. I'll play you a little bit from the maniac who heads them. And they are all in. This whole thing is about the midterms, impeaching Trump, getting Trump out of power, etc. And some of the stuff, they're the enemy. These national teacher groups are the enemy. The leadership, at least, and down, all these representatives, they're the enemy. They're the enemy of parents. They're the enemy of the country. Randy Weingarten, Becky Pringle, these types. I'll play you a little bit of that in a second. Corey DeAngelis has been able to get some of their internal memos, and they say that the National Education Association will call for the impeachment, conviction, and removal of Donald Trump from the U.S. presidency. They want a national march on Washington to remove Trump before the November 2026 midterm election. This business item, they say, will cost $5.2 million. I hope these enemies actually start this. You know they'll want to take off from school, and you know they'll dragoon your kids. Let's get it on. Republicans, do I have to send you the memo every day? Go after them. They crawl with stuff that people hate. Let's start with COVID, Henry, if you have that one. Here's Becky Pringle revisiting what was done during COVID. Now, we know what they did. Randy Weingarten, principally, shut down schools. Nobody learned anything. By the way, they put on their executive board, Corey DeAngelis says, a woman named Cecily Mayart Cruz just got put on their executive committee, the top 10 that head this whole thing. She's the LA Teachers Union boss who said there's no such thing as learning loss during COVID. Quote, it's archaic. Our babies may not have learned all their times tables. They learned resilience. That's one of America's top teacher advocates. That's the way they think. Of course, why do you have to learn the times? You've learned resilience, honey. Now go out there and be ignorant for the rest of your life. All right, here's a little bit of Becky Pringle. I believe this one's from this morning, revisiting COVID. What happened, Becky, during COVID? Okay. So Becky also talked about power, and she talked about the idea of how they're organized for power. Let's start with that with Becky Pringle.
But NEA delegates, they clearly did not do their homework. But NEA delegates, they clearly did not do their homework. This year's theme says it all. We are organizing. We are organizing for power, for our students, for educators, for this democracy. And NEA, you are showing up and showing out in Minnesota.
All right, so they're organizing for power, and I told you what they want to do. National March on Washington. I pray that they do it. Where's Mike Johnson? Come on, egg this on. Put a couple $1 million behind it. Get him to do it. This is the type of thing that should rally the base. If it doesn't, then I don't know what we're going to do to rally the base. If you can't go after these people, they are the enemy. Absolutely. I'll play you the other one about what happened during COVID, according to Becky Pringle. Now, one of the stories that happened over July 4th, and I want to go to the story driving stuff today and tell you what some people are doing around it. I put up on Twitter, this had quite a bit of response as it was happening. Attacks, a lot of them too. Did you notice what's really important over July 4th? Now, look, I know it was hot, but there was no attempt to reschedule the parade, do a modified parade. They don't care about the founding fathers. They don't care about what July 4th is about. They care about one thing, and that's the fireworks and their big concert, which has nothing to do with July 4th, which is just another concert, this time Philly, et cetera, around it. That's all that it is. It has nothing to do with July 4th. So that's why at 2:30 in the morning, 3 o'clock, they can still set off fireworks. That's what it's about. The idea of trying to do something that actually has to do with patriotism, July 4th, their rapper, their brand, they don't care about that. That's not what motivates this. It's the other nonsense. In fact, I think they're antithetical to it. They really don't believe in it in large measure. And that's what I think happened over the weekend. That's what was pretty clear. Move heaven and earth. We are going to do those fireworks, and we're going to finish that concert. But we're not going to do anything around the part that had to do about anything historical. Okay, now, the story of the day, well, we'll hold off on the COVID and the NEA maybe to the next a moment here, is the decision by, look, there are a lot of corrupt organizations. I don't know if we've ever done a side, maybe it's too heavy on the most corrupt organization or person in human history. But we've said this before. To me, this soccer organization, throughout their tenure, they are kind of like when Don King was in charge. And I try to tell Rode, Mr. King, other than the hair this morning, the stuff he was involved in. And remember when he was a guy in boxing and they would do whatever they wanted. This champion, FIFA champion, WIBA, WIBC, and all that stuff. Remember all that stuff? I don't even know anymore. People don't care about boxing anymore, so I guess it doesn't matter as much. But they do care about soccer. So look, it was questionable, this red card on this U.S. player, as far as they seemed to take a look at the consequence, which was a broken ankle. Was there a degree of recklessness? You can argue this type of play happens a lot. And surprisingly, if I had known this was underway, I should have asked. Andrew Giuliani was on the show on Friday. He popped up here talking about FIFA and World Cup and all that. I don't think he would have given up too much. And soon as I hear the name Howard Lutnick was involved, you know that guy. You've seen that guy. You need a shower after standing near that guy. Come on. That was before the Epstein stuff. Lutnick. And I don't think there was too much arm twisting. They got FIFA to change, and the guy can play tonight, although Belgium is appealing, and God knows the appeals process. So this does a couple of things. One, it just underlines how ridiculous, with the flopping and all the stuff that they come up with in soccer, how ridiculous the whole enterprise is. But now you have some people, and I'm waiting to see her column, one sports person saying they're rooting for Belgium tonight. I'm not going to root for Belgium. And President Trump is out there taking, so I have to ask you up and down the line, you can tell me, don't put your head under the covers. Is it a good look that Trump is out there saying, yeah, I really got this done? He's one of the people saying that. It brings into question if they win, here we go, with all the stories on that. If they don't win, it's a bad vibe, the whole thing associated with this. So, as you know, I don't have any stake in this. The whole enterprise, to me, I'm just praying when it's over. The whole game, I had a conversation with some of the other. I get it. I get some of the tactics and all that, but so what? At its core, this is just ridiculous. But this is a thing today. Now, so much show. Here is Morning Joe. Of course, they make it even worse, arguing that this is cut 9. The karma is very bad, says Jean Lemire. I thought there was a Jacques there. Jean Lemire, one of their leads news anchors in the morning on the Morning Joe on MSNBC or MS Now. Here's what he said about this.
This certainly helps the U.S. on the field, but the karma is bad. The karma is very bad. Keir Starmer, lame duck, Prime Minister of the UK, probably can't get that red card overturned, the one from yesterday.
So, no.
But President Trump can. And yes, the memes were hysterical yesterday. Why did this happen? Because we're the nation with B-2 bombers. Maybe that's it. But I think this is something where, to Roger's point, this U.S. run so far has been magical.
Yeah.
This decision may help us extend it, but suddenly the feeling is a little bit off.
I want to be very clear about what is happening here, because Raj has the perspective of somebody who is steeped in the actual sport, and this is unprecedented. It's crazy. And at the same time, I think a couple of things are true. One is, this is a political trap for Democrats. I just want to say that out loud, because this is the first broadly popular thing that the president has done vis-a-vis alleged corruption that is helping people that don't actually like him at all, because everybody has fallen in love with this team. They love this team. They love Flo Balogun. Flo Balogun, by the way, whose mom was stopped getting onto the plane back to England because she was 7 months pregnant by a flight attendant and gave birth in Brooklyn to this man, the most potent scorer on the team, and therefore via birthright citizenship became an American, right? So President Trump intervening for a birthright citizen.
There we go. I waited for the money line. Okay.
Against
the birthright citizenship. They had to get that. Okay. So are you on board with this? Are you happy? You can throw your weight. Look, this organization, this whole thing just reeks. Look at some of the deals that were made with them. Look at the phony award they gave President Trump. It is an endless cycle. So I don't know that these soccer fans seem to be wedded to the country they came from, maybe somewhat with the United States. If they win tonight, they're in a position we haven't seen. So there's that. And yeah, I don't think, based upon what the rules are, if you can ascertain the rules, that the guy deserved a red card. But then President Trump says today, well, the referee's suspect. Come on. They're all suspect, these guys. This whole thing is just a swirl. It's not sport. It's not good for sport. It's exactly like what boxing was. Now, Henry, you have no living memory of that, but that's what this guy, and this guy that heads it is Don King without the hair. That's exactly what it is.
Infantini.
Yeah, yes.
Jeez.
Don King could pop in and say, okay, who are we going to kill here? I mean, it's just ridiculous what they come up with.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Now, imagine if they overrule the overruling, and then right before the game, there's an overrule. Trump says by executive order.
It could still happen, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And these arcane rules, and they try to say, well, this has happened before. Yeah, back to 1962 or something. I mean, the flopping that goes on here is worse than the NBA. And in the NBA, it's only a foul shot. Here, there's consequences of yellow cards and red cards and everything else. Maybe a better referee, maybe you realize, hey, I'm not going to give a red card almost unless you murder someone. That's what you have to do.
There was like they were mentioning in that clip, there was a controversial red card given out in England, Mexico last night. I'd like to see if they overturn that one as well, because it's under the similar circumstances.
Well, here's the thing, too. Ronaldo gets it, and then they suspend the rule and will take it out next year when he's playing Timbuktu.
Right, yeah. But it's a little different because it was before the tournament.
Yeah, but my point is this is a made-up Alice in Wonderland world, even as much as pro sports makes it up at times. This is the type, they ought to bring Roger Goodell in. Not only would he be more corrupt, he'd make a buck off this somehow or another. Just think of the NFL and the stuff they do. Think of the running back for Baltimore punching out the girlfriend, later wife, in the elevator. And Roger Goodell, take him out of game for that. Until we all see it, then they have to do something. This is very reminiscent of what they do. Nothing matters. It's fraudulent. All right, 855-839-1210. Yesterday, the birthday of Sylvester Stallone. So we're looking today for an all-time underdog, like Rocky, all-time underdog character. Could be movies, could be TV, could be a book. There are a number of them in books that are tremendously underdog, fairy tale stuff. Of course, David and Goliath is real life, well, biblical, to give you an idea of what we're looking for. Not sports now, but movie, TV, book, pop culture. All right, Kirk, we'll start with you if you're ready. Do you have one?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with a tried and true, the Miracle on Ice USA hockey team.
Well, not a character.
I mean, it is a movie. Miracle is a movie.
Yeah, but it's a miracle. Yeah, okay. You're saying the movie version of it. Okay, okay.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not a documentary.
Mike
That's true.
Ruzioni.
Yeah, okay.
Who do you play for?
Yeah.
I play for the United States of America. That's all, gentlemen.
All right, get FIFA in here. Yes. All right, how about yours,
Yeah.
Andy?
How about I take one of your favorite movies of all time off the board? How about at the end of the film Conclave, when Cardinal Vincent Benitez is elected as the new pontiff?
Oh, yeah, that's
despite
an underdog, right.
his giant secret, after all the, we're weeding out this guy for this small reason. We're weeding out this guy for this small reason. You elect the guy that came in last minute, pulled the ultimate, underdog story by warming up to everybody, and at the end, it's he's got the biggest secret of them all. But we elected him Pope. He's got to be the ultimate underdog.
And to that point, then we have to have here the lecture of chromosomes and who knows. Remember the lecture in there. All right, you're going to spoil the film. Nice job. Might be aside at some point.
Yeah.
What thing spoiled something? It was going along, and then they just had to do it.
It got me right at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they were weak toward the end. They started blowing up windows and everything else.
Right,
I mean, the tension was great. It was going forward, and Roe was appalled by it, but I'm saying that's exactly who these guys are. Who do you think they are? They're more political than you could throw them into the Senate. Oh, I thought I was at a conclave. Sorry. Are we electing the Pope here? No, it's the Senate. No, it's just... All right, so that's a great one. That's what we're looking for. Character who is an underdog. And you get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Are you on board with this? Do you say, yeah, this is America? And it's not America. It's ridiculous using this pressure with the red card thing. I mean, Yeah, but it was wrong. It shouldn't have been a red card. Okay. So that's how we should resolve every sports issue like this. It's all made up. It just came to fruition here of what soccer is about. I guess people love that. There is drama associated with it. That's true. But the reason I like sports, as much as we can, you have a set of rules. You play within them. I want originalists. I don't want people making it up. Well, at the end of the game, I'm not going to call it a foul. Is it a foul or isn't it a foul? Well, in the NBA, who knows what a foul is anymore? In the NFL, well, if you don't let them hold, you don't have a game. On and on and on it goes. All right, 855-839-1210. Corey DeAngelis is loaded today. I'll play it coming up. The head of the NEA today saying, what happened during COVID? And I think the headline is, the teachers union is willing to spend big to do a national march on Washington to get Donald Trump out of there before the midterms. Pray to God, Republicans, wake up. I would take whatever money. Hey, I got $10 million, Henry Lane, back there. Yeah, take it out of there right now. Let's go over to Becky Pringle. All right, what do you need? How do we get those teachers out there? I want some of the pink hair, red hair ones. I want them screaming obscenities. I want them having the little kids marching down the front like little soldiers. We hate Trump. We hate Trump. Come on, we can make it happen, teachers. You're not hated enough already? All right, 855-839-1210.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so that I don't forget, let's try to sort out what happened with these. Are they fraudulent neo-Nazis with the mask and the sunglasses taking public transit to come to Washington? Or are they another category? Are they believers in that, funded by outfits like the Southern Poverty Law Center? Or is it something else? But I think it's a mistake, and I see right-wing Twitter today going wild, that the black woman who was on the train with these nutbags is now being outed as somebody who had an arrest for indecent exposure. Not then, but in the past. Okay, maybe true. That seems to be factual. I don't think that takes away from what happened here. How would you like to be surrounded by these idiots? But on the other hand, the same media going to town with this would never show us something far more serious. The attack on the woman who was murdered by a maniac who was out because of Larry Krasner-like judges and prosecutors in North Carolina, the light rail. They wouldn't show us that, but this they will show for all time. So there are double standards. There are things going on with this all the way around. I'm not sure why it ended up that somebody was aboard that train that looks like they had a very professional photo from Reuters, I think, out of it. That's kind of mysterious. But it doesn't matter what the criminal record of this woman is, given this. And look, these guys have a right to protest, but I've said many times, when the KKK decided to march in Skokie, Illinois, if you can think back that far, because they knew that at the highest concentration of concentration camp survivors or loved ones of concentration camp survivors. Yeah, I understand their right to march, but I understand if they may be met with some duress. Okay? So this whole thing with these guys surfacing has shown the just complete lack of consistency of almost anybody out there. Those are some of my thoughts on it. You don't have to be on one side or another. Two things can be true at the same time, or three, as I just told you. All right, we are looking today, all-time underdog character, movies, a book, TV, all right, is what we're looking for, coming off the birth of Sylvester Stallone. I don't think we've done this one in this manner anyhow. And there's a lot of angles. So we may have to celebrate the whole week, given Philadelphia, the attack on Rocky, given, comparing with Joe Frazier. And I said the other day, sure, you can have Rocky, Joe Frazier, the steps. You don't have to call it just the Rocky steps if you want. There's room for that. Let's go to Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance. Good afternoon.
How you doing, Dom?
Good.
I got to go with my old standby because it's been so good to me for so many times. I got to go back to Forrest Gump.
Okay.
The braces on his legs,
Run, Forrest,
you know what his
run.
mom had to do to get him into school. You know what his mom had to do to get him in that school.
It was only a couple points, Lance.
Butt.
He only needed a couple points. Yeah.
It was the curve. It was the bell curve.
Yeah. Yes.
It wasn't an open quota season yet.
That's exactly right. I mean, he was close. That's all she had to do, just get him over the line.
You know, he said, "Is there Mr. Is there Mr. Gump?" And Jenny is the villain.
Let's go, Lance. Let's go.
80 beat the Chinese.
That's
and
right.
Nobody beats the Chinese in ping pong.
Well played. That is a great underdog. That's a very good part of the film, too, when she was only a few points that we needed. Okay. We'll get you over the finish line. How he mocks the superintendent, whatever he was, coming out of there. Here is Becky Pringle today, the head of the NEA, talking about what happened during COVID and how great teachers and the teachers union was. Corey DeAngelis is up next. Here's what she said.
When a global pandemic shut down the world, you became the backbone of this nation. You fed students, you taught them through trauma, you demanded safety, you secured the largest public education investment in U.S. history. That's what you did, NEA.
All right, I just see it as the mob. I see them as the enemy. They're the enemy up and down the lines. And the biggest tell, and Corey DeAngelis is the only one that gets this inside information as it's breaking. He's got more coming up. They want to have this march on Washington to impeach and get Trump out of office before the midterms. Please march. I hope at least 100,000 of you take off from school, force the kids to go. Show up there and lecture us. Please do it. Do it a month in advance. No, 2 weeks. That gives enough time for the anger to build, but not enough to dissipate. I can think of nothing better than to have these teachers berating the country. And this nutbag who screams all the things, that's the woman. All right, the great Corey DeAngelis is next. He's got a lot more on this. You get in at 855-839-1210.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Our nasty heat wave is finally broken. We're only going to get to 80 today, but we're going to see lots of clouds and some heavy thunderstorms later. Only 75 tomorrow with more showers and clouds around. We'll get a little more sun on Wednesday with a high of 85, up to 87 on Thursday.
Feel the future of luxury with the all-new Infiniti QX65, where bold design meets effortless performance. Elevate every drive with advanced tech and refined comfort. Now available at Infiniti Westchester and Infiniti Ardmore.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is downtime. Corey Giangelis is the disciple, the preacher, the evangelist of school choice. He also has an amazing ability when the NEA meets. I'm not sure about the AFT, the Randy Weingarten one. Their annual conference, to get all these hidden items they're really talking about behind closed doors, they won't publicize, including organizing to the tune of $5 million. A march on Washington to get rid of President Trump, led by the teachers, prior to the midterms. Oh, please, where do we contribute? Please do it. Let's go to Corey DeAngelis. Hey, Corey, this is DeAngelis season. I don't know how you do it, but it's tremendous stuff.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Yeah, I'm an internet sleuth, and last year's convention, they had one of the delegates gave me their business items, and they were all off the wall. They've started to make these as private as possible. That same person was not allowed to go to the meeting this year, so I had to figure out some other ways to get the business items. But well, they're just as crazy as they were last year.
We'll get into them in a moment. But first, on a positive note, let's get an update from you. Where are we on the big, beautiful bill, school choice, clock ticking, about 5 months left before decision day? What are we seeing among the Democrats, et cetera? How many states have signed in?
Yeah, 31 states have already signed on to President Trump's new nationwide school choice program. 2 of them are Democrats, and that includes Colorado's Jared Polis. He called it a no-brainer decision. He said he'd be crazy not to do it. Why would he leave money on the table? And then the other one's New York's Kathy Hochul, of all places, has indicated she plans to opt in as well. Some other Democrats were trying to have their cake and eat it too by basically trying to get guidance to be able to use the money only for kids in public schools, which flies in the face of the point of a school choice program. That would be a school stay program where you get money for staying put in the government school system. That isn't an allowable scholarship avenue. You could use it for tutoring and after-school programs in public schools, but you can't prohibit the private students going to private schools to be able to pay for tuition with this scholarship money. So Josh Stein tried to do this in North Carolina, most recently in Vermont. They have a Republican governor, and he signed this bill from the Democrats, which basically says that only scholarships can be used for kids in public schools, which that's not going to fly with the rules that are being put out by Treasury.
I would predict now, Corey, I'm heavily leaning after seeing him this weekend. He's going to run more of a progressive. He's made that calculation. I'm talking about Josh Shapiro, what he did, co-opting America 250, and the way he approached this, the way he approached the trans thing. He's going to try to find a lane not to do it, but a unique lane, and then talk incessantly about that unique lane. What do you say?
Yeah, I mean, Jared Polis took one direction. You know, people say he's going to run as the moderate Democrat in 2028, and I think that's the right call to say, look, this is a 80-20 issue. Basically, Republicans, Independents, Democrats support school choice. No one wants to be trapped in a failing school. And families want to raise their kid in a way that's aligned with their values, whether you're on the left or the right. So I think Jared Polis is taking the right direction. But we did see Michael Bennet lost the primary in Colorado to a progressive. You saw Mamdani's socialist candidates won in New York. So, maybe Josh Shapiro tries to play to the left. I'm not quite sure. I mean, he told us that he supported school choice when he was running for governor after he got called a hypocrite on the issue in 2022 for sending his own kids to private school and attending private school himself. And then he vetoed his own campaign promise. You almost can't make this stuff up after he went on Fox News saying that he supported school choice. So he's now trying to kick the can down the road. Every excuse in the book. I've talked to his education guy. They wouldn't give me an answer. He's not giving the media an answer. And so he's trying to straddle the fence, I think, still, by pretending he supports school choice and then not lifting a finger to do anything about it, when now he can't blame the House anymore. He's the sole decision maker in Pennsylvania. The governor has the decision to opt in, and I think all 50 states will opt in at some point. The thing is, it's going to take some more Democrats to get a bigger domino effect to have everybody go in.
Corey, while all this is going on, you have an eagle eye. We went through quite a battle here, and we've stopped them, sort of. But they made a big play in Pennsylvania, while the rest of the nation, at least even if they're being dragged, is slowly moving toward choice. They fielded an all-out attack, these miserable people attacking poor kids and their families. And this wonderful scholarship program that's worked for over 25 years. And it was an 11th-hour sneak attack. It was incredible where this came from. So they're still out there, these elements. Wanted to pivot.
They're trying to take away 30,000 scholarships from kids in Pennsylvania in the House. Thankfully, the floor, they amended that part out, but they still wanted to regulate the crap out of the program, make it as least attractive as possible, and to try to protect the status quo. But that's dead on arrival in the Senate.
Corey, moving forward now, the teachers union, are they serious about this? They even have a price tag on it. I'm praying they lead a national march on Washington, bring those Chicago kids, bus in thousands of them, whatever they want to do with Trump, that doesn't matter. If the nation sees these, and I think due to your efforts and a couple of other people, I'm looking at a story of Real Clear Education, the decline of the teachers union, and how to advance the trend. The NAA is down by 400,000 members, and it's not going back up. We are gradually seeing this. So what we're left with are the real hardcore of hardcore, the Randy Weingartens, Becky Pringles, the ones that come after you. Why are we seeing this decline in union members, though, which is a good thing?
Well, the 2018 Janus decision now says that you cannot be forced to pay dues as a condition of employment, whether you're in a red state or a blue state. So that's one part of the puzzle. COVID woke a lot of people up, and a lot of teachers saw that their money's going to Democrat politicians. There's a lot of conservative and independent teachers, and even if they're Democrats, they may not want to fund through their paychecks political causes when they just want to focus on the basics. So 15,000 teachers alone have left their unions and joined the Teacher Freedom Alliance in the past year. They provide free liability insurance, and so teachers in red and blue states can go to optouttoday.com to leave their unions. And this is one way to starve the beast. This is how you hold Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle accountable. And when you start to see these resolutions that came out, they want to spend $5.2 million of teachers' paychecks this year on calling for the impeachment, conviction, and removal of Donald J. Trump from the U.S. presidency. That's straight from their resolution. They want to, quote, National March on Washington, D.C. to remove Trump before the November 2026 midterm election, end quote. That sounds like an insurrection to me, and teachers shouldn't be forced to fund it. It's just, it's so crazy how off the rails they've gone. And this is why people are leaving the union, because it makes them look bad. You see Becky just freaking out at the annual convention just this past week in Denver. screaming about things as usual, and she makes $500,000 a year. Randy Weingarten spent $1.4 million in union dues over the past year to promote her book, calling conservatives fascist. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's crazy, and teachers are looking at this and they're saying, "You're not paying me enough money, and you guys have all these political agendas and vanity book projects, and they're not seeing the benefits of it." It's just really making the profession look bad.
One more item, too. What are educational reparations? You posted on Twitter. Business item 24 calls for educational reparations by the NEA.
You'd think I'd know a little something about this. I mean, what in the world are educational reparations? I don't know. If you look at their business item, it says it would immediately reduce student loan debt, create equitable funding for historically black colleges and universities, and support African-American black students in special education programs, end quote. So I don't know if this is calling just for funding for black students. I think that's a violation of the Civil Rights Act to only say that one, just because you look a certain way, because you're a certain race, that you should get an additional benefit and more taxpayer money. I think that's ridiculous that the union's calling for this, but I'd have to look more deeply. I mean, it's just another crazy thing where it's like you see these things and it's like, what in the world are they even fighting for now? They want reparations, and you have the unions calling for this. It just really goes to show you, I looked through all these business items. None of them had anything to do with improving educational outcomes. It's all just political garbage.
Yeah, absolutely, Corey. Well, this is your season here. They just coincide. It's amazing. Where do we find you? And tell us about the book one more time.
And by the way, they did this on the 4th of July.
Yes.
I mean, while Patriots I was in D.C., supporting President Trump and everything he's done for the country and the biggest fireworks show in world history. It was phenomenal. The unions are out here screaming about Donald Trump, crying about things, and going to Denver, Colorado, where they were trying to pass a bill earlier this year to label parents as abusers if they quote-unquote misgendered their young children. I mean, it's just, of all places, of course, they picked this place where they're assaulting parental rights over the past year. You can get my book. It's The Parent Revolution. It's endorsed by Trump at Amazon or basically anywhere else, and you can follow me on X. It's at DeAngelis Corey.
Corey, thank you so much. Keep them coming. I'm sure they'll have a few more before the day's over.
That's right. Yeah, so keep an eye out. They elected a new president as well. Her name is Princess Moss. So
wait a minute. Her name is Princess Moss.
Her name is Princess, yes, and she's from Virginia.
Oh, God.
And I think she was at an event during the election cycle in Virginia with that guy who's now the Attorney General who wished death upon children.
Yes.
Jay Jones in Virginia. So we got a real winner. This person is a super far leftist, and they just picked her as the new teachers union boss. She might even be worse than Becky Pringle.
Wow. Thank you, Corey, as always. Appreciate it very much.
Yeah, thanks so much. Great talking to you.
All right. Princess Moss, the new head of the teachers union. What could go wrong? Yeah, exactly. March on, bring it on. Please, just march on to Harrisburg or march on my studios with Becky Pringle. It was around this time last year when we had Becky Pringle lined up to be a guest. And then the bookers just did a casual Google search. And they said, Miss Pringle's not available tomorrow. Oh, okay. How about the next day?
Yeah, they looked more like students rather than teachers there. They procrastinated until the last second. And then when they went to do the project, they went, oh, shoot.
Yes. I was going to throw 3 softballs. That's more than I usually throw, just to really soften the field before whatever. President Trump, pretty funny, just said, I probably would put Ted Cruz up as a Supreme Court nominee because all members, the other 99 members of the Senate, all of them want to get rid of him. Democrats and Republicans would vote for him. That's true. That's a good strategy. I think a lot of Democrats, get Cruz out of here. All righty, 855-839-1210. Coming off Taylor Swift and the nonsense. Why are millennials in love with prenups? I'll tell you what some people think. Given what they said was the biggest prenup that we've ever seen, could they really, in this, there's some reports out there, every act of marital infidelity that Travis Kelce commits would fine him $20 million. That was one report that's in there. It's apparently page after page after page. And if you have a prenup, you want to use another name, I'd love to hear from you. Are you nuts? Why do that? 855-839-1210.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, all-time underdogs, fictional. Welcome in. That's the side today. Get in, get off the start to a great week. We also have Dom's Money Melody, Dave Matthews Summer Tour 2026 tickets to give away with that at about 2:13 today. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. So Sylvester Stallone, birthday, I think it was yesterday. Hit us with that all-time underdog. Any pop culture, anything related to that, that's what we are looking for. As we just discussed with Corey DeAngelis, Josh Shapiro shows his true colors of the lane he's getting in. And I mean, my God, this guy is a new level of pretentious. He is ruthless beyond ruthless. And again, the local media, the statewide media, love this guy. They can't get enough of him. So he is going to be a major player, particularly if the polling is anywhere accurate as far as what he's doing in the governor's race. We will see. Now, I mentioned this prenup thing with the Taylor Swift nonsense over the weekend. I'm looking at a story that says that in 2010, as best people can tell, prenups were at about 3% of marriages. 3%. Even that, I think, is a little high. By 2023, the latest that we have, at least that I could find, I'm looking at an article on this, why millennials love prenups. Along the province of the ultra-wealthy, prenuptial agreements are being embraced by young people, including many who don't have all that much to divvy up. Jennifer Wilson, December 22nd, 2025. And in there, they talk about by at least 2024, 47% of millennials were in favor of or would consider or have a prenup. Is it just because of divorce, because of, a generation that we hear, the unsteadiness of things? They want something that's steadier. I just am stunned. The whole concept of it to me is not foolproofing a marriage. It's fooling yourself if this is the way to go. Oh, I know. Yeah, but Taylor Swift's got $2 billion. I get it already. I'm so tired. And Lena Dunham surfaces at the event. And I don't know if I have or can say, I think I have it written down. I have to dig it out of the file. But Lena Dunham, who is obnoxious, think Kathy Griffin and overweight together, something like that, maybe I'm thinking, making some kind of metaphor about gays and pro football. That was her contribution to the wedding festivities. Must have been a hell of a... I don't know what her role was as far as the speech there or what she did. But Lena Dunham. Okay. Why? Yeah.
No one's ever gotten a bigger ego after having one hit show.
Yeah. Well, it's
10 years ago.
And it's based upon something. Look, all right. We're not prudes here, but it's not that. It's just it's constant with this. So it's a gay joke because Travis Kelce's there. And this is apparently is what gays would like to do, but pro football players are doing it. That seemed to be the gist of Miss Dunham's contribution to this. And apparently they were able to use the escalators and all there, even though New York shut escalators down. I'm a big fan of shutting them down because I don't think you should ever touch them. And the number of people that touch just thinking about touching the escalator. I tell that row all the time. You just get down a little bit lower in a crouch, and you're able to navigate the step. You don't have to grab onto something like
you shouldn't have to grab on.
No, an earthquake is coming. But when you do that, just think of where that escalator's been. It's recycled for. I don't think they clean that. You're not kidding me.
No, not nearly enough.
No. Like every hour, are they cleaning it at the Cherry Hill Mall? I don't think so. What year is this? If it breaks down, maybe they clean it. All right. Big 1 o'clock hour. Here's how you get in. Hit us with that character that is in a book, play, movie, TV, all-time underdog is what we're looking for. I don't know. I mean, kind of defeats the purpose. We get it. All right. There's a million of them out there. Forrest Gump, that was a good one, other than the Jenny comment. By the way,
I don't know.
By the way, Jaws was on. I watched it in almost super slow motion, Jaws and Jaws 2. And I'm saying to Rowan, Rose did the same thing. Linda Kern's really defending this guy? And I'm saying, yeah.
Yes.
Does she see the whales on his suit jacket there? Did I see the scheming he's doing here? I watched it in slow motion, including, Larry, you're going to sign this paper right now or I'll kill you. And particularly, how much evidence do we need? Jaws 2? Well, Linda says, yeah, well, they reelected him. Okay, there you go. 8-5, and the guy that plays Lynn, the big real estate guy. Oh, my God. Could be. Mommy, what's that man doing up there in that tower? And they tell him it's bird watching. It's weather observations. And she goes, no, it's not. 855-839-1210. You get a line right now with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at PDQPOS.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Rent-A-Kill North America, Inc. seeks domain architect in Reading, PA. Must have bachelor's degree in computer science or related and 7 years of experience with information technology. Must also have at least 5 years experience with building and implementing large-scale transitions to enterprise information architecture, including application development, integration, and data integration/data exchange. Relational database application architecture, modular design and architecture practices, establishing application performance tuning techniques, developing integration interfaces using API and web services, develop, refine, and maintain technical documentation supporting our products and platforms. Leverage technology and innovation to bring continuous improvement to operational processes. LANSA, AS400, SQL, CL, DB2.NET, MongoDB, AWS, full SDLC lifecycle, lean/agile development methodologies, training and mentoring developers. Remote work is an option. Email CVS to dalton.lee@rentakill-terminex.com with resume attached in the subject line. EOE MFDV.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Oh no, this can't be true. FIFA has rejected Belgium's appeal on the ban of the American play. Oh my God.
Aww.
I'm surprised they didn't call the Supreme Court in to do this. I don't know if there's enough to do it or it wouldn't be fun, side question-ish. But FIFA, for my money, remember back to the days of Don King? These guys would laugh at him, the World Cup guys. They're just corrupt beyond. They have crack cocaine. This is crack cocaine more than even any American sport. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I would have to say it is. In most parts of the world, at least the World Cup is bigger than the NFL. That's how crazed this is. These people just want to do a Congo line because somebody might score a goal 5 years from now. It's stunning to see it play out. So they have rejected it. The American can play tonight, and he has 4 goals. I mean, that's like being Michael Jordan.
Yeah, he's our striker. We got to have him out there.
Yeah, 4 goals. Oh, my God. And he's only played 3 games. It's hard to believe. I mean, it was a bit of a reckless play, all-out play, but why would you give the red card? You know, I'm just looking at this. So imagine NBA referees holding up a card.
They should.
Like this. Oh.
Yeah, I'd prefer that, honestly.
Yeah. You imagine flagrant 1, flagrant. Oh.
Yeah, get Shea Gilgeous-Alexander from flop and give him a red card immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, so we have that. By the way, you know, these things are weird. Then the seas opened up. Even the expressway had a bad spot today. The rain started just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, big time, before I usually leave. And I said, yeah, you're never getting through the drive. And I looked down the drive, the number of cars making a U-turn. About around Hunting Park and the drive. I said, yeah, you can't go through that. Then I saw a car pull to the side where when you double back and you try to get onto City Line Avenue in order to get on the expressway, it's a little bit downhill. There was a pretty good pond there. And big trucks are going through and there's little Toyotas to the side. And you see the guy sticking his head out the window. Then he gets out of the car and walks up to the pond, kind of calculating.
Oh, man.
Then he decides to back up and not do it. So I didn't do it either. I avoided the stress of going through something like that. But it was iffy. It wasn't the type of stuff where, you know, it's weather hype today. All right, I have a decision to make, though. My doctor is leaving. He's going to someplace in Pennsylvania called Quarryville, if you can imagine.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you want to continue, Quarryville.
Is that near Lemon Hill?
It's near the Flintstones. That's right, and Lemon Hill, yes. Yeah, it's right down the road from Lemon Hill. Yeah, I'm not even going to go. We're never saying Lemon Hill again after this. So the choices are somebody that has a Harvard Medical School background. I think he discovered the cure for some disease. And then the other candidate that I'm leaning toward is a Greek doctor. There you go.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Open the floodgates.
Athamamopoulos, you know, the guy, I'm sure, I haven't asked yet. You have to have a nickname for short. I'm sure they call him Dr. Zorba or something because the last name is 32 letters. Some of them are upside down in there. I think he got his MD degree from a suburb of Athens. That impresses me. Yeah. And he minored in diners. That's right, yes. So is there any choice in this? I think they're both are males. Both are come highly credited. They interview you, too. I don't know if I'll fail. You know what name I'm going to drop? Xenos, of course.
Right.
Zenos?
Zenos, if you want to write me a note, why I would be a good matchup with a Greek doctor. But of course, I told Rose, she said, really? You would get a Greek doctor just for the show? I'm saying,
absolutely.
How many years don't you understand this business? Of course. Yeah, but what if he's what if he's like Dr. Nick on The Simpsons or something? So what? We had Dr. Nick on the other day talking about the shot to the throat of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark, yes. I'm thinking of the other one. Collins. So I think it'll be a Greek doctor. Zenos, if you're listening, we'll give you a full, I'll ask
full
the guy,
physical.
so it seems like you might be Greek.
Do you have a good chart?
Yeah.
Are you not like Elaine where you're going to all these doctors and they're going,
That's right. Oh, yeah. That may happen shortly.
I wonder what the Dom Giordano chart says.
Right.
This guy's a little too chatty.
Okay. So the FIFA has rejected the Belgian appeal. They waited like 15 minutes after noon to say, guys, let's pretend.
Yeah, let's take lunch first, make it seem like we're doing something.
Right, never even got over here. Can you imagine? So there are actual people now, Americans, rooting against the United States in this, even though it's a feel-good story. And even though I don't even, if the Americans got in the final, that's good. It's always good. And I talk about it because it'd be a big story then. People would be paying attention to it. But aside from this is not something Trump ought to publicly be taking credit and jumping into the ring. And you have a bunch of sycophants praising him today. You don't want to, this was not a good call. This was not red card worthy based upon whatever the hell is the rules of soccer are. But intervening like this is ridiculous, particularly a player this prominent. And then what are the odds for the other side? Now, they're claiming he's a birth control citizen. No. That's not exactly. Here's the story. We heard the story accurately today. His mom was 7 months pregnant, and apparently a flight attendant, for whatever reason, wouldn't let the mom on the plane to go home, not to come here. Yeah, because of the flight. And I guess maybe he was in a little bit of distress. Well, I've seen all week, birthright citizenship. Why is Trump going all out for this guy? All right. This is the way it landed. So it will be really interesting. And it'll be interesting tonight to see how the referees deal with this guy. I don't think anybody's going to call anything on anybody. I don't think there'll be another.
I don't know.
You think
FIFA
they could give
loves,
another?
I mean, again, just watching Mexico-England last night.
Yes.
They love to interject. They love putting themselves in the game. So I wouldn't say, no, there's going to be nothing. I'd say there's definitely going to be some bad blood. And maybe I'd say some cards early if the Belgians come out with a little, vinegar.
Okay, so if you get a yellow card, how long do you get knocked off for?
None. It's a warning.
Oh, it's a warning. You need 2 yellow cards.
2 yellow cards is a red, yes.
Okay. But there's no intervene. You either get knocked out of the game, which means you get knocked out of the next game, too.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, what a goofball sport. Come on.
I agree on that.
There's
100%.
no minor, you need a minor penalty here, don't you think? Like you get knocked out, you have to sit for 5 minutes.
Like, I think a lot of people thought it was that minor penalty,
Right.
Just get a yellow card, move on with it.
Right.
Yeah, it was tough. It's tough that way.
Yeah, it's a death penalty, and not just for this game, but for the next game.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not
and
in
England
favor
has to
of
do that now, too. Because they won their game, but
Right.
one of their better players got a red card
Right.
late, seemingly for no reason. Seemingly just because he accidentally touched the guy.
Right. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, but this side, this division, the one side, it's true, is against it because Trump's involved. But then you have the sycophants just praising this. I saw some people on Twitter saying, what about in, which Olympics was it? It wouldn't have been 77. I think they were off. It was the Olympics in which the Soviets cheated us in basketball, and they did. But I blame the Americans for that. You would never see me playing the Soviets with I have all the Henry Machette. He's great. He loves to handle the ball. Yeah, I want some guy I pulled in off the street who's wearing broken down boots It's like 6'4", 280. Can play basketball a little bit, but he's got one thought in mind. You're not pushing my guys around. They didn't have any of those.
You want the guy from Hustle.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Bo
Yeah.
Cruz.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing in his boots.
Yeah, so I don't blame the Soviets. They just did what they're going to do. Sure, we were cheated. They kept on calling stuff, calling it back. The end went on forever. And then we refused to pick up the medal. It was our fault. You know how they are. They're going to cheat you. That's what it's about. So people are saying this makes up for it. I think this will have a lot of people watching tonight more, though, than they would have simply because of all this. Maybe 20 million plus, maybe more than that. Okay, side question. Hit us with that. We're looking for a character now that, an actual character, a fictional character coming off Rocky, coming off the birthday of Sylvester Stallone. And the character is an underdog. By the way, we have the preliminary hearing finally in the Charlie Kirk murder case today, the face-off between the widow, the family, etc. And it's hard to believe how long ago this feels like it was, the impact of Kirk and the amount of nonsense that's going on around all this. Let me go to Barb in Washington Township on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Barb, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. So I was thinking initially, well, necessarily not fictional, but the underdog. Could we use the German Shepherd in the Cape? Or I was thinking Vince Papale. Let's talk American football. Vince Papale in Invincible. So, I mean, they're real characters, but, the Eagles kind of fictional.
Sure. No, it is a character.
I don't know, but there you go.
It is a character. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. People, Henry, seem to be having trouble with characters here, and they're giving us real. That's based on a real person, but it's a character. Yeah. I mean, it's not a documentary. Forrest Gump was a real good example.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking. There's a million of them out there. The underdog role is a prime thing in fiction, up and down the line. They don't have to be the most underdog imaginable, but an underdog. That's what we're looking for. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Kirk, so I don't forget, little update from you. The Pico people.
Yes.
Due to a detour because of all this, I didn't come down that way today on Market.
Yes.
But I was thinking, oh, man, are they going to be blocking off all Market Street?
Yeah.
So far, I think things have been handled. But is this a profession that ought to be able to strike during the middle of chaos breaking out on Saturday night?
Well,
with thousands of people without power.
Yeah, I agree about that, but also too, they were starting to set up shop Saturday morning when I came in to do the weekend tour shift. And if you go outside now, I don't know what's happening now, but when I got here at 11:30-ish, they have one lane blocked. They got counterterrorism police parked up on by 3rd Street. They got other police and PPA. I'm surprised PPA hasn't started ticketing because there's like a line of cars parked alongside Pico's building and across the street as well. So, I don't think they should be. Well, they got to do what they got to do. But
no, but I mean, they're essential, and people need to get back in power. So I'm not sure if they were able to cover for them by bringing people, as they said, from the South, but.
Well, they are. They usually, when it comes to utility workers, they do have people coming from out of state that do help out when it comes to power outages. So they don't leave people stranded. They do have people that come out of state.
Okay, all right, because it's always. How about if we don't settle the contract? Let's set the date 3 months down the road when there's not power outages as much.
Right.
The fall.
Mm-hmm.
Summer, we know about it, and winter, we know about it. Oh, no, we're going to put it right in the height of that whole deal.
They should have chose different colors for this event. When I showed up, I thought it was like a pro-Falarin Balogun, rally.
Oh, you mean the shirts they have, yeah?
Yeah, it's with red, white, and blue. I thought, they're like, we need him playing tonight.
Let's kick the soccer ball down there. Way to go, Trump. All right. They do have the rat, though. They don't have the billionaire being strangled by somebody.
No,
I love that one. I love them. They put that one. I used to put that up. All right. Get in at 855-839-1210.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit Edelman'sCoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,141.60.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So post July 4th, Sunny Hostin on The View today, it's like an annual thing. She explained why when she goes into a community that has a lot of American flags, she inherently feels unsafe and feels they're racist. That's right. So I thought I would ask. We haven't asked this in years. I remember after 9/11, you would not believe what happened. I was asking which community has the most flags out. You know, tell me in your area, do you see flags? So we're up post July 4th. I can think of some of the places. Bridesburg, they're very patriotic. The River Wards. So this guy called the Bugle Boy didn't like that because of his community, and he got more and more threatening until I was friendly with the then police commissioner. He had the VIP squad go and visit him and tell him, buddy, you got to stop it. So they told him word by word, they said, well, just don't listen to him. And he goes, I must listen. They couldn't believe it. So I'm very wary of this question. Where would you see a lot of flags? Since Sunny Hostin feels unsafe, racists have co-opted the American flag. That's what she feels when she sees that in a community. As I said, the river wards are one that come to mind. I don't know another place where there is definitively a good number of American flags. I don't see them in Center City, for example. But Mount Airy? No. They'll be upside down. Maybe they're burning them over there in Mount Airy. But where would you find them? Tell me if you see what you think is a pretty good number over July 4th. Henry, any place where you are? I mean, I don't know if you...
Well, I wasn't necessarily going to say like a place, but like more like, I guess, the vibe of a place. Like I feel like anywhere kind of small town America. Like, I don't know. I was driving down the back roads heading down to Cape May over the weekend.
47?
Like, what?
47?
Yeah, like along 47.
Oh,
like,
the Shuby route.
Yeah,
yes,
like along, like those towns, like along there and around there. Like they're very proud to display their, the veterans that have come from the town, what war they were in.
Right.
They got like a red, white, and blue backdrop hanging off the lamp posts, and there's flags lining the street. And that's what I think of when I think of like, what places kind of fly flags like that. I think of the small towns. Or even when I was going up to Bloomsburg, you could pass through any sort of town. I could be passing through Tamaqua, and Tamaqua is very proud of all the veterans they have.
Yes, if they have a veterans memorial, that's a dead giveaway. If you see that, or if they put some names up on lampposts, etc. But remember, Sunny Hostin might be coming through your town. That might get ugly. Can you imagine sitting on The View on national TV? Oh, yeah. Whoopee. I don't like these places where there's a lot of... That's why I stay in Manhattan. You're not going to see it there. We're burning them. By the way, they did burn the American flag over an old city, or were trying to. I thought you had a right to do that. I got to go back and look at the Supreme Court ruling. But the police claim they were afraid of a fire, obvious, and that's why they put it out and arrested 5 people in that said manner around the American flag. 855-839-1210. All right. Now, Zenos is online. You think the doctor would mind if I brought Zenos in? Because, look, I don't want to go with like a fake Greek guy. I want the real full Greek guy. I want a little Greek folklore, maybe a little dance as he's doing the whole thing here, taking a look at it.
Okay.
And how rigorous are the medical schools? I know where he's going to go with Hippocrates.
Yep.
Right there, yeah. So he's got that. That's true. But I don't know that Greece is renowned for medical therapies, right? I don't know about that.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. I think Zeno's got you. Will definitely counter with that.
Yeah.
I would. Maybe I'd think so. I don't know. They invented everything. Why can't they?
Well, that's right. They invented the words of the invention. Let's go to Zenos in Upper Darby. Ciao, Zenos. How you doing today?
Ciao, Dom and Yasu. You said something about the Greek doctors, or you want to hear about one? Well, there was one not too long ago. I guess he was the inventor of the pap smear for women.
Oh, boy. There we go.
How do I get you that one, Bob? They're not bad doctors. Yes. And Henry, he's got the magical box here, the Google box. I mean, if he wants to fact check me, I believe he can do it.
That's right, the magic box. Yeah, check the pap smear doctor out. Was it Stephanopoulos or something like that?
I don't know. His name was probably 13 or 14 letters long. They probably called him Mr. Alphabets. You know what I mean, Dom?
Georgios Nikolaou Papa Nikolaou.
Oh, there we go. My big fat Greek pap smear, yes.
And you had another one, that the president of what you call it, Drexel University, Papadakis, I think was his name. So, we're around, Dom. We're just under the radar. You don't know we're there. But we're there, before you know it, pop up, and here we are, Dr. Angelopoulos,
Yeah. Well, I won't say this guy's name yet, but I'm definitely leaning. The other guy only went to Harvard. This guy's a Greek. That's what I want.
Well, like I said, they're not too bad over there. The way I understand it, with some kind of medical and different techniques, what I understand from. But, we got to see the proof has to be in the pudding. We got to see it, whatever.
Well, are you available?
To
Are you available to interview this guy? See, my doctor is leaving to go to Quarryville, and the two people, the names there, one is obviously Greek, and that's what I'm leaning toward.
Well, he might have a slight advantage on me as far as medical terms. I mean, we use them a lot all the time. Medical terms, 90% of them, come from my people, and the other what's left over is from the Latin. Every prescription is done in Latin, so
there you go.
Or most of them, it's mostly Greek or Latin, Dom. These technical terms. I mean, that's what we got to be proud about. But
sure.
I mean, I talk to the guy, or if he wants to talk to me, you have all my stuff.
Excellent. We'll do that. So, Zenos, what's your side today? Who's your underdog?
Well, I really didn't. I had one, but it was already taken. And for right now, I'm just going to throw in was the second invasion of Sparta with the Persians, and the second time around, then they got their ass kicked again. The first time we lost, the second time they lost. So I'm going to have to throw that in when Xerxes and the gang came back. This time they were met with 50,000 Greeks instead of 300.
Thank you, Zenos.
Wow.
The Pap smear. You could write the
Show
textbook of talk radio, and the Pap smear is not coming up. There you go.
Boy.
By Papadopoulos. Yeah.
Georgios Nikolaou Papanikolaou.
And he just rolls it off the, he just walks through diners spouting the Greeks did this, that, and the other. Cannot make it up.
I love it.
No, he's not an actor, just like Joe Avexin's not an actor. No, neither one of them. All right, so remember, we're looking for a character, not the actual person. We know all the underdogs. We would choose David. You're not going to beat that one. We are just looking for an all-time character who is an underdog. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. So the Belgians, real fact or not, do the Belgians eat horse still? I've been told they do.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, getting into a lather. We're playing Belgium tonight. I'm trying to get the Americans. You know what the Belgians did? They strike me as, they're not even like the Swiss that they're neutral. They just get overrun. When you look at World War II, the overrunning of Holland, the Dutch, that comes up. They actually say it. Belgium, it's like the Germans just walked through it. We're not even going to put that in the film. Belgium just went that way all the time. I think the European Union is headquartered in Belgium. There's not too many other things I know about Belgium that would get us worked up when you're playing them, And I haven't seen too many countries get worked up over each other playing them. Who is left if we played them in soccer? Would there be any antagonism? I don't even know if there is anybody. If the U.S. played.
Yeah, that's a good question. England, maybe?
Yeah, maybe England. Yeah, we might have fun with that. Yeah. But Senator Mark Kelly, decided to dress up in Mexican gear for the match over the weekend. He was Team Mexico. All right. Well, why can't you be several teams here? I'm surprised Josh Shapiro hasn't done it. He strikes me as a guy, the dorkiness is unbelievable. And I stood right next to him in the spin room as he came running in with this giant Pennsylvania flag. He's staying right there, He was taller than Scaramucci, though. I'll give him that. It was close.
He's got one.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. All right. Pete knows the town of Quarryville. Should I go with the Greek? Anybody ever out there have a Greek doctor? We know about the diners. And Greeks don't seem to be scam artists. You don't hear them. I'm looking at a story, Henry. It says, woman came home and her driveway was gone.
What?
Yeah, it says the driveway was gone, and authorities say it's had something to do with Nigerian scammers. But I'm looking at it. It looks like the driveway's. No, that's the headline. Driveway gone.
Driveway gone.
How could they take your driveway?
Yeah, that's quick work if you can get it up like that.
God. I'm still working on the Pap smear.
I like how he didn't even know the name. He just knew it was like some sort of long name.
He's got a list right in front of him. The Greeks did this. The Greeks did that.
Rolled out.
Yes. All right. All-time character that is an underdog. All right. I think Robert's got a good one. So maybe we take his name to get people on the right trail here. Nothing's going to top Rocky. That is, by the way, I happened to see, I want to say it was a little bit of Rocky V with the gun guy. Tommy Gun, whatever. I couldn't take it. It defiled the Rocky series.
I don't even know if I've ever seen that one.
I've never seen the whole thing. It's bad, except when Rocky punches him out and hits him into the front of a septic train, a bus, and he lays him out right on a bus. That's the only scene. They really, most of the Rockies held up. Rocky II arguably is, I think Jaws 2, by the way, is better than Jaws 1. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I think it's more subtle.
Opening
That's
up
true.
a new debate here on
Yeah, new
Jaws.
debate here.
Right.
Get Linda Kearns on the line. But Roe wanted to go back. I can't go back. She wants to hear every syllable. Why would Linda think that with the mayor? Why would the mayor of North Wildwood say it's a wilderness? By the way, that's the all-time Mulligan sentence. Well, it's a wilderness once you're after 10 feet. I've never heard anything.
I was out in the wilderness this week.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Which town was your town?
Well, I visited a friend in Cape May Point.
We used to go to Cape May Point. Yeah. It's very, very nice there.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Never been there before.
Not a lot of wave action
No.
on the water.
No, it was good
it's
just
pretty
for hanging
subtle.
out.
Yeah. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Jump on board. Hit us with that all-time character. Hey, America is turning 250, and Rescue Natural Supplements is celebrating in a big way. For a limited time, honor 250 years of freedom with a special Rescue Savings event. Buy any 2 or more single bottles and save 50% using the code FREEDOM250. That's right. Mix and match your favorite premium supplements and enjoy half off every bottle. Whether you're looking for quality omega-3s, natural cholesterol solutions, weight loss, joint comfort formulas, now's the perfect time to stock up and save. For over 40 years, Rescue has developed research-backed wellness solutions and high-quality ingredients you can trust. With prices rising everywhere, there's never been a better time to save on the supplements you need most. Just go to res-q.com, mix and match site-wide, use that code FREEDOM250, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, because freedom feels even better when you're saving 50%. Shop online, save now at res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM250.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
While in the line at the grocery store, crash-proof consumer Rob Lukens met a neighbor concerned about their retirement future.
I was standing in the checkout line at a grocery store, and people were complaining about the food costs. And I happened to turn to somebody, and I heard them talking to a person behind them about their 401k. I said, "What do you do?" And they looked at me with a blank stare, and they said, "There's not much I can do." And I said, "That's sad. Can you imagine if the market goes down, that you wouldn't lose any money?" And the guy laughed and said, "That doesn't exist." And I said, "It does exist. It's a program called Crash Proof. I have not lost a penny. I'm making substantially over 8%. And during COVID, I made 14. I wrote down the phone number and I said, call, because the earlier you start, the more money you're going to save.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Twitter's a wonderful place. Underdogs aside today, coming off Sylvester Stallone's birthday. Mike Gibson, who never fails to astound me on Twitter, Henry, says, how is Forrest Gump an underdog? He ran a 4.240. Wait a minute. He's a kid with braces whose mother has to sleep with the superintendent to get him a couple extra points. And a gang of kids on bikes are coming after him to stone him. And because he's running a 4.240, he's got it made. Oh, my God. It just...
Look, it's not his fault that Bear Bryant knew how to scout talent.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if he wasn't playing football.
Exactly. My God. Now, he's serious, too. How's he an underdog? By the way, the Nancy Pelosi's husband hit and run charge. Here we go again on this time just a parked vehicle. It appears that they went by the book, and it's not getting as much play simply because Pelosi's not speaker or anywhere near speaker at this point. But it just brings back all the nonsense that went into this before with Paul Pelosi. And how these things are handled for somebody like the Pelosi's. Man, the car looks, I don't know how he dented it on that side from where he hit. Wow. All right, it's 855-839-1210. We're looking for a character that is an underdog. Coming off Stallone. And yes, Forrest Gump certainly is right up there as an underdog. That's why Jenny's such a villain.
Yeah,
he
has to overcome Jenny on top of it all.
He has to overcome Jenny, too. I'm telling you yesterday, Rose said to me, wait a minute, just think of where we come with mulligans and all this. Jenny's a villain, and the mayor is the good guy. He was reelected in Jaws. So the mayor and Jenny are going to have to duke it out here as who's worse. All right, Big John in Huntington Valley. Hey, John, good afternoon.
Dom, I got the underdogs.
Okay.
And that is underdog.
Okay.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a frog. Neither plane nor bird nor frog. It's just me, underdog. And he used to date Miss Polly Purebred.
All right. That's a good choice. Thank you, John. Underdog. All right. Robert in Penn Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Robert.
I don't think, how you doing, Dom, Henry? It's good to talk to you guys today. I don't think they could do underdog today because Polly Purebred just wouldn't make it with the woke crowd. You know what I mean?
No, that'd be a problem.
That would be like Sidney Sweeney having great genes or something all over again. But I hope you guys had a great 4th of July weekend. We had a wonderful weekend. Unlike the petulant children on the left, Dom, they did a poll in 2015 near the end of Obama's terms. And in that poll, 91% of Republicans said that they were proud to be American. 87% of Democrats said they were proud to be an American. today, 93% of Republicans are proud to be an American, and 47% of Democrats say that they're proud to be an American. They are a bunch of immature children who want what they want when they want it. They're no different than that kid holding his breath in the store because you won't buy him the Lunchables, Dom. It's ridiculous.
It is. And why in the world is it's not so obvious? It has nothing to do, how many times do we have to say that, with who the president is? It has nothing to do with that.
They're damaging pools just because Trump cleaned it. These people are out of their minds, man. But while it was Sylvester Stallone's birthday yesterday, we had an equally important birthday amongst the Dom family. Joe from Columbus, his birthday was yesterday.
And, the king of hair. Okay. Yeah, Joe.
I wanted to wish a happy belated birthday to Joe from Columbus.
Absolutely, Joe. Yeah, what a great addition. Every time we're at Mulligan's, every time he calls. You're exactly right.
My answer to the side question is going to be one Edmond Dantes. He was the main character in the book Count of Monte Cristo. He was a sailor who was framed for treason by a jealous rival on his wedding day. His jealous rival took his fiancée and became a count himself. Edmond Dantes was sent to a prison colony, and just to show what a jackass he was, the guy paid the jailer extra to whip Edmond Dantes once a year on his what would have been his wedding anniversary. He was able to escape by pretending to be dead, basically. I'll try to make it quick. And a cellmate told him of a treasure that he was able to find. He made himself a fake Count of Monte Cristo, and he exacted the most delicious revenge on the people that framed him that I have ever seen in movies or in literature. And at the end of it, when his main enemy was being taken away by the police, Edmond Dantes offered him a musket pistol to off himself. And when the guy decided to off himself and pulled the trigger, nothing happened. And Edmond Dantes said, "Did you really think I would make it that easy for you?" as he was being carted away. It was a great story. I appreciate the time, and you guys have a great day, Tom.
Thank you, and congrats to Joe. By the way, gave us a great line in Shawshank Redemption, the Count of Monte Cristo. Crisco, the prisoner, reading the book. You'll love it. It's about a jailbreak. Don't remember?
I don't remember now.
Yeah, I know. The hillbilly guy is reading it, and it was not Cristo, it was Crisco, I think. Yeah. All right. All right, boy, I don't work for that one. I wasn't sitting on that one. All right. Jerk store. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us with that all-time, remember, character, fictional character in any walk of life that you think. If you think Forrest Gump is not an underdog, I don't know. Right. My God.
Jenny being evil is debatable.
Right,
but...
Jenny too in that. Oh, goodness. What about the superintendent? Did he do the wrong thing by letting Forrest in there? Or did he take one for the team by getting him in there? How many points did he give him to get in there? How many times? Just a few points. Is there a Mr. Gump? All right, it's 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and receive a free freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Looking for fitness and fun at home? Endless pool deals are hot. Get 50% off all accessories like an underwater treadmill or aqua bike. Plus, for a limited time, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com and make this summer your most relaxing yet. See store for details. Offers end July 12th.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. Watch for this. The tactic, the Virginia woman, Mikey Sherrill, and Joshie Shapiro all using this when they're asked about these people that are communists. They build themselves as socialists, taking over the Democrat Party. What they say is, well, you know, I differ with them on some things, but they never will offer, and the moderators in the tank won't ask what they differ on. And then they say, but I'm in favor of a big tent. The bigger, the better. That's what this is about. We're a big tent party. And they just keep on saying, big tent, big tent, big tent. Here's a little bit of Josh Shapiro, Henry, though. This is cut 4. This is new. I wonder how he workshopped this. Shapiro was all over the place, national media, with America 250, saying Trump is trying to put a litmus test on who gets more liberty than others. Here's the great man.
Only more recently do we have an executive who, again, I think has accumulated way more power than our founders would have hoped or would have liked. Who's trying to restrict liberty, who's trying to put a litmus test on who gets more liberty than others. I think it's really dangerous and destructive, the language the president, by the way, even more so the vice president uses, that tries to separate out certain Americans and determine which one gets liberty, which one gets freedom, and which one does not.
Where are the moderators of this stuff? Do you ever think you might engage to have them flesh this stuff out rather than just having a talking point here? So Trump is doing a litmus test about who gets more freedom than others. Hey, Josh, could it be Mr. Bond, B-O-N, not James Bond, but Bond? Here's a guy who is involved in allegedly killing a Pennsylvania state officer who was doing a road vehicle stop of a truck. And this maniac allegedly piles into him. He's a guy that was brought here through Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport in July 2024 under the Biden administration humanitarian parole program. He later applied for temporary protected status, but was denied. They terminated his parole in June of 2025, ordered him to leave the country. Of course, he did not. And in Massachusetts, like in Pennsylvania where they're deficient, he got the CDL. He got the truck driver's license. And what does he do, allegedly? He smashes in and kills a state trooper in the last few days. The moral of the story is Josh Shapiro's not checking into this CDL stuff in Pennsylvania. They're running wild. They're here illegally. Massachusetts, they're not checking into it. And Joe Biden, again, with the people he brought into the country. This officer had moved in with his mom, who was suffering from cancer, to help with that, and is now dead. And on it goes. Josh Shapiro is a menace of menaces. And he is all over the place, glomming on to America 250. Notice, too, they must have workshopped that to go after Vance even more than Trump. I don't know if he's thinking he's already running against Vance in 2028. It's amazing what this guy's capable of. And he gets away with it because the local media cannot get enough of Josh Shapiro. They love this guy. I'm not sure why, but it's a pretty obvious thing. And he also, over the weekend, talked about, we ought to put as many people as we want to on the Supreme Court. He's in that camp. He's starting to out himself a little bit from this chameleon as he fleshes out 2028. It will only get worse after the election. Let me go to Michael in Wilmington. Michael's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir?
Good, Michael.
And I hope you had a great July 4th with your family. And same to you, Henry and Kirk. Hope you guys had a great July 4th.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite a spectacular weekend. It was great to see. I don't know if you saw it, Dom, some of the drone shows and the fireworks over some of our nation's most prized areas like Mount Rushmore in D.C. It was pretty amazing. Funny though, I didn't see one prominent leader in the Democrat Party come out with any really nice message. I was hoping around July 4th with anything positive to say about our country and our founding fathers, although not surprised, most disappointing that nobody from that side that I found came out with a real nice positive message for the country.
You would think there would be a lane there for Democrats, even if they can't feel it in their heart politically, but maybe there's not. Michael, I also noticed CNN's coverage of July 4th. They did New York the night. They started Boston, New York, Washington. What are we leaving out? Philadelphia, because there's nothing there that says July 4th. And yet Philadelphia says we gave birth to all this, and then they want to ignore it.
Exactly. I could go on and on, but I just, all those people live in our great country. They have all the benefits and all the privileges, yet they can't mutter one positive word about our country, entering in our 250th year of all the glory and all the positivity. They could not wrap themselves one time under something that could, try to unite everybody on that one day. Very, very sad. However, still a spectacular day. So getting to my side, Dom. Yes. Yeah, getting to my side. First person I thought of when I thought of underdog, albeit this person, character. He was small. He was overlooked. Going against, giants in the realm of football would be Rudy Rudiger. Guy had everything against him. Small, weak. He goes to a Division I school like Notre Dame. He's basically used as a pawn as a punching bag for all those guys, and ends up at the last play of the game being put in there and hoisted on the shoulders. I think they said at the end of the movie, the only person to ever be carried out in the field at Notre Dame. Quite an underdog story for a guy like that.
Great one, Michael. Thank you, as always. That's what we're looking for, a character who's an underdog. And I still maintain, come on, Michael, more on Twitter. Well, Forrest, if you're running 4-2, how can you be an underdog? I love that line, the Jenny, a little bit over accented. Maybe she's a villain. Is the young Jenny a villain? Is she already run, Forrest, run?
No, she's fine then.
She's fine then.
Yeah.
What's the turning point? Where's the first villainy that we see?
That's a good question.
I'm trying to think. Is it the college Ginny, I guess?
It might be college.
He's
yeah.
out there in the rain, the whole thing. So he whacks a guy and she chastises. She's a villain. She should have said, Forrest, I'm glad you punched that guy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, my God. Building up already. When will we be at Mulligan's again? We're not losing this one. We didn't lose the pizza fold over one.
I lost badly. I'm not going to lie. That was horrible. I'm crushed.
But Linda Kearns turned into fanatic with the mayor.
She brought receipts.
Yeah, the mayor was reelected. That settles it all. He's even worse in Jaws 2. All right, 855-839-1210. We got a great prize. We have Dave Matthews Band tickets for the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, July 10th in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Henry's cooking up something special with that. We'll have that for you. And I haven't had anybody yay or nay. Look, I don't think Trump should have intervened in this soccer thing. President Trump said, it reminds me of the election fraud of 2020. Right. They're a corrupt organization. The whole thing. Oh, I know, Henry. Just think, we're a little bit behind here. Is this another sign of socialism? Now, I'm probably going to bridge too far. Why in the world do we still have this archaic notion for the All-Star game that every city has to have an All-Star? It cuts right against the idea of being an All-Star, A, and B, that's a reason why Zach Wheeler, one of many idiotic reasons, is not on the All-Star team.
Yeah. I just think of it more as if you don't have everyone in, then you're not going to get as many eyes, and that's all they're looking for. His eyes.
Well, yeah, I get that. We're always in the business world. I get it. But, there's got to be a little bit of a presumption of true all-star things here.
Yeah, I could get if it was a complete scrub getting it over like Wheeler. Right. But, like, Paul Skeens, he's having a down year, but he's still having a pretty good year.
Well, I've even heard the case made that Wheeler should be in there over Harper. And again, I think that's just a play at eyeballs, not, Wheeler deserves it.
I mean, Harper only got in because the commissioner's office went and chose him,
Yeah, but if you're choosing a legend, Zach Wheeler arguably is the best pitcher 1, 2, or 3 the last 5 or 6 years.
Right, last 5 or 6 years, not a decade plus.
Coming back from the heart thing.
Right, the blood clots. No, I get that,
level, yeah.
I don't know.
But Harper's the name, I get it.
The guy doesn't have the same accolades.
Yeah.
That's
true.
what it comes down to.
Yeah, but again, I just don't know how he doesn't make an all-star team. There's got to be
someone
more
will drop
wiggle
out and he'll
room.
get in.
Oh, okay. That's
how it always happens.
Yeah.
They hand out so many charity all-star nods in every sport because everyone just goes, I'm not playing.
All right. So, and I think we're on. We'll have a lot to talk about from the All-Star Village. It looks like a pretty intriguing place. And I broadcast from places like that, and you say something, somebody walks by, they're like, what, you can't say that? Okay. 855-839-1210. 213, we'll have the big question for a big prize today, Dom's Money Melody, but your calls are next. 855-839-1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, certain-teed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
First Harvest Credit Union celebrates the nation's 250th birthday with community, progress, and financial freedom. We're here to help your money grow. Earn 3.75% annual percentage yield on a 15-month share or IRA certificate, or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.6% annual percentage yield. Discover more options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. You get a line. So Robert had been mentioning one of these stories we saw over the weekend of Proud of the Country. Here's one on flags. Democrats are more likely to give you a thumbs up for displaying a Black Lives Matter flag than an American flag, according to a new Gov survey. Poll found 74% of Dems have a very positive, somewhat positive view of the Black Lives Matter flag compared to 72% of the Stars and Stripes. They also have a positive view. Of course, I didn't think that'd be their number one go-to flag. Well, Democrats were 3 times more likely to approve of the Confederate flag than a Trump flag. Oh,
yikes.
Yes. Wait a minute. I get it. They don't like the Trump flag, but the Confederate flag? And their other go-to flag, of course, the Palestinian flag. And a whopping 88% of Dems have a very negative or somewhat negative view of Trump flags when looking at it from the other side. But 3 times more appropriate with the Confederate flag. All right, so we let off today with a couple of things. One, people on the left now outraged over the Trump ties to the red card reversal. I'm outraged as somebody who follows sports. This is just ridiculous. But it does underline, and Henry, is it just me? You know me pretty well on this stuff. Is it my own bias towards soccer, or is it even more corrupt? Well, we know it's more corrupt, I think. More convoluted with the rules, et cetera, and the flopping and the red card. I mean, what kind of sport has the penalty of the red flag, which you get knocked out for this game and then the next game on the spot. It's something is off with this sport.
I think the more egregious thing about the whole scenario is that there was nothing called. I mean, like a foul was called, during that play, but it wasn't an immediate red card. It wasn't until they went to VAR.
Yeah, right.
And VAR said,
yeah,
you know what? That looks, when we slow it down and play it over and over and over and over again.
Right.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's a red card. And that's where I think it gets people up in arms, because then we're like, well, that's just garbage. That's garbage. That shouldn't have been anything in the first place. So you ruled that way. And then now, Europe and, and the Belgians, now they're all upset because the red card that shouldn't have been a red card is no longer, well, it's still a red card. It's just suspended.
Right.
But it's no longer a red card for this game here.
Well,
so, I do think everyone's a little upset from multiple angles.
Well, what I mean is, though, what kind of sport has something on a play like this have such consequence where there's not a middle ground?
Right.
The yellow card is
the yellow card would have
nothing.
made sense.
Yeah, but it's not a big enough penalty, maybe.
Oh, sure it is.
Okay, if you get another one, I guess. Yeah.
Right, because then you're playing with fire the rest of the game. You go, I can't really touch this. It's like playing with 5 fouls in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, you get one more, you're done.
And as far as the technology, I'm an enemy of all of this stuff, of slowing stuff down, etc. Because in football, it's a tell of a bad commentator if they say, "Oh, that looks like that ball's moving" when the guy catches the ball. It's always going to be moving a hair in a slow motion world.
Right. Yeah. Like I thought the NBA replays were bad, and then watching this World Cup, it's been egregious.
Oh yeah.
They just do it on a whim. It seems like.
Yeah. What provokes a replay?
It's the same thing, as that any other sport. Someone, it's up in the VAR office is going, hey, let me get down to the field here. I think we're going to look at this one, and then they look at it, and they've been handing like the USA game, and I keep saying it, Mexico and England last night. They just handed them out seemingly for no reason.
But is it part of being a Trump supporter? Now, this is the goofiness of it. Well, on the left, it's part of it to be outraged over it, not because I'm outraged over it, that it's ridiculous with this corrupt organization to go back and rescind this, I think. They almost never do this. But on the other hand, you have to say, I'm so glad Trump intervened with this corrupt head of the World Cup and now has gotten our guy to be able to play. And then the birthright citizenship story is incorrect. The woman was getting on a plane, his mom, this U.S. player, to leave the United States. And the attendant said, no, you're in distress. You can't leave and get on this flight. 7 months pregnant. So she gave birth here. That's not somebody doing birthright tourism or something. That's someone who wasn't allowed to leave the country and ended up giving birth here. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Do we have people rooting against the United States tonight? Apparently, in this never-ending saga. Of course, I love this one. The FIFA story is interesting, says Simone Sanders. You've seen Simone. She's a big-time correspondent. Where is the level of urgency in Trump when it comes to the lives of the American people? All right, so what is it you should be doing every second rather than being involved in something like this? I'm watching the Italian guy, too. Disgrace to Italians. That's another story. But 855-839-1210. That's one. Also, the teachers' unions. You got to understand how big of a role the teachers' unions play in our lives. They had their annual convention today. We had Corey DeAngelis on. And the takeaway is, among other things, of clips we played you, they're willing to spend $5 million to hold a national march on Washington to remove Trump right before the midterms. I can't believe I haven't gotten all kinds of missives from Republicans all over the place. And behind the scenes, if I'm Mike Johnson, I'm getting every dollar that I can. Let's support this. Let's have teachers lead a national march before the midterms to tell us we ought to be taking out Trump. I haven't seen polling on teachers' unions. Now, on teachers, that's different. The teachers' unions. To see if people see them as the enemy that I do. COVID was the tell. So Becky Pringle today went on. Here's what Becky Pringle said about why the teachers in front of her, to the activists, they're labor activists. These aren't teachers. Why they ought to be proud of what they did during COVID.
When a global pandemic shut down the world, you became the backbone of this nation. You fed students, you taught them through trauma, you demanded safety, you secured the largest public education investment in U.S. history. That's what you did, NEA.
All right, we all know by now, anybody reasonable, what happened during COVID is Americans saw what goes on in classrooms. They saw, my God, this is what is, yes. I mean, they probably knew it before. It was more confirmation evidence of what goes on. That's exactly what happened. And again, their numbers are down, but they still have the nerve, with Americans failing, kids failing, proficiency levels at all-time lows. They're concerned with the national march to impeach and take Trump out of office. I would hope they get 100,000 people. Bring the kids. Engage in all that. Because I still don't see now, post-July 4th, what Republicans have up their sleeve to energize their base. I know in September, the midterm convention is going to be in Dallas, and I don't see any wow factor, anything that they have. We know what the Democrats have, and that's what they're going to play with. What do Republicans have that's going to energize? They got everything else. They got the home court advantage in a lot of different ways. But what is it that's going to be energized? By the way, I don't think it's possible, but all over Twitter, people are saying, well, wait a minute. The Belgians were turned down by FIFA. Can't some liberal Obama judge out there put an injunction on this game tonight? I guess in some kind of way, shape, or form. But I don't know how you stop FIFA. They're not an American entity. They're playing in Seattle. So I guess it's possible.
Good luck out corrupting FIFA. That's
yeah,
all.
I mean, if they say we're going to play, what are you going to do about it? But what are they going to do? I mean, no one's going to disrupt this game. They're going to play it no matter what. This is what people want. It's a winner. It's making a lot of money. It put Lemon Hill on the map. The whole deal here locally. All right. So who's the favorite now? Is it France this year? France
has been the favorite, for the majority of the tournament.
Yeah. And they have a guy who's looks to me pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, Kylian Mbappe. He's been. I mean, he's one of the guys that comes up as a teenager and then just immediately starts wreaking havoc. He's been doing it for over a decade now.
Yeah. Who's favored tonight? I haven't seen any odds yet. I would assume USA's
favorite. I think it's
favorite.
the U.S. Yeah, slight favorite. The Belgians have good players. They're just old now.
And when you're favored, it's by like what? A nil, a half a nil,
half
a euro, a peso. What are you favored by?
There's none of those in soccer betting. No, it's just pretty much.
You couldn't be favored by a goal. Oh my God, that's a blowout.
No, it's just win or lose. Win or lose is the only thing you can bet on soccer.
All right, I don't know what the poly markets say. Probably the U.S. has the edge here. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming to your call. We got some good ones so far. I see some good ones on the board, too. All-time underdog with the birthday of Sylvester Stallone. But right now, big prize. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
We are playing for a pair of lawn tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
Yeah, Dom. So part of being an underdog is surviving, Got to survive, got to advance like you're in the NCAA tournament. And I feel like Gloria Gaynor's song, I Will Survive, properly kind of highlights that and illustrates that. So I'm going to give you someone who did survive, who was an underdog and kind of pulled himself up by his bootstraps and kept charging through even though people were trying to stop him. After being a successful comedy writer for many, many years, this person was gifted with their own show only to have it ripped away mere months later. After that, he said, all right, if that's how it's going to be, I'll forge my own path. then hosting a new show for 11 seasons before transitioning more to a podcasting role in which he is today. Very successful show, very successful podcast now. So I want to know this funny guy who is now a podcast host. I want to know who this is covering Gloria Gaynor's I Will Survive. Want to know this funny man with his own rendition of I Will Survive.
Interesting take on it, to put it mildly. All right, 855-839-1210. You're going off to see the Dave Matthews Band. We might have more of this week. Big prize. Jump in and give us your best shot.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear what Henry has today.
Want to know this funny man with an underdog type career?
All right, let's go to Sal in Broomall. Hey, Sal, good Monday. What's your answer today?
Yeah, how you doing, guys? I'm going to take a wild guess at this. Is it Joe Rogan?
Oh, God. No, and not the inventor of the pap smear either.
Yeah, no.
Yes. Oh, you got a comment on that, Henry?
I knew the podcast might throw some people off. I don't know
Right.
if people knew if this person was a podcaster, but yeah, it's not
Okay.
Joe Rogan.
All right, Bruce in the Northeast. Hey, Bruce, what's your answer today?
Hey, Dom.
Hi.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I know this. I got this one. I know it. It's Jimmy Durante. I got a million of them.
Thank you, Bruce. All right,
I know
Henry,
what that is.
it's another clue in order here. Is it this difficult?
I didn't
so.
think it was going to be this difficult.
The Irish
but,
part there, and it should have helped.
Yeah. He kind of had a cult following up until that point, and then an army sort of stormed when this person was stripped of their show. It started the I'm with Coco movement. Want to know who Coco is?
Coco. All right, Joel in Pottstown. Hi, Joel. What's your answer?
How you doing, Dom? It's Conan O'Brien.
Nicely done.
There you go. Nicely. Well, you can hear it come through. Yes. Yeah, the Irish thing, too. Yes. All right, so
Yeah,
it's
I thought that
Conan
line would give
O'Brien.
away.
Yes. All right. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. This is cut 7, Henry. So who surfaces, of course, over July 4th, the go-to, Nicole Hannah Jones. Now, she's the author of the 1619 Project. May not play the whole thing. It's that hateful. She surfaces around this because that's her masterwork, New York Times book, Kids in School. I saw last week. Still, how the people's history of the United States, how many school kids still have that out there. You wonder where all this toxicity comes from. The main premise of the 1619 Project is Britain had given up on slavery. We fought the Revolutionary War, not for freedom, not for Tommy Jefferson, none of that stuff. We fought it because we wanted to preserve slavery. Yes, and this is a bestseller in America's public schools, thousands and thousands and thousands. Here's Nicole Hannah Jones saying, it's not just that and why we need reparations. The entire existence of the United States is a crime.
Just look at the discourse around Juneteenth. I mean, it's actually the fact that large numbers of white Americans cannot even be glad that slavery ended, right? Juneteenth is an Emancipation Day holiday. It is when America is liberated from slavery. It's not a black holiday. It is a holiday when America can celebrate that it liberated itself from slavery. So to me, the idea that we could ever really even have a Truth and Reconciliation Committee here, this is our problem. You can look at the blowback against the 1619 Project. You can look at the anti-critical race theory propaganda campaigns. You can look at the book bans. You can look at the way that they're banning our history at the state and federal level to know that this country feels that it will crumble under the weight of the truth. It actively cannot tell itself the truth. And I always think the Germany example is an interesting example because Germany paid reparations because there were no Jewish people left in Germany. There was almost all the entire Jewish population in Germany had either been murdered or expelled. And so you can have reconciliation when you don't have to look every day at the people that you visited these crimes upon.
My God.
But we're right here in the country that did this to our ancestors. Slavery predates the founding of our country by 150 years.
Yeah.
You could never knock down all the statues to enslavers, or you have to remove all the monuments on the mall in Washington. Right?
Okay, so we got the gist of it. And I mentioned just last week, someone took kind of a rough tally of Howard Zinn's books. That's the People's History of the United States. How many public schools are still using them? Using Nicole Hannah-Jones, the 1619 Project, and all the stuff that goes with that. And it is just amazing. And I may have mentioned this. I dug out, I couldn't find the sound, but I found several articles written when I had Janie Blackwell on. She and Jim Kenney, remember him, the mayor? They got Philadelphia Public Schools. They used a Howard Zinn book. So I got her on and said, you know, Howard Zinn praises Chairman Mao and praises Castro. And Janie Blackwell, the city councilwoman, said, well, Castro wasn't all wrong. And she told me why people fled Castro, like Marco Rubio's parents. And the reason was, well, Castro wanted black and brown to get along with whites and all, and people like that wouldn't do it. We ended up on Fox and Friends around this. Dom talks with City Councilwoman Janie Blackwell about the people's history. But what do you think's going to happen when you use that textbook, when you use Nicole Hannah-Jones? These are the principal sources. Then you have TikTok out there, things of that nature. What do you think's going to happen as far as distortion and where we're going to go? We told you today, the NEA, they met on July 4th, but today we had Corey DeAngelis on. They want to do a national march on Washington of teachers and kids going after President Trump before the midterms. And they budgeted it at $5 million in the business agenda. I think they could do it. Now, Randy Weingarten's too smart. She knows what will happen. If they did something like that, I dare say that's going to give us a point or two in various races easily in the midterms. And people are finally going to see these teachers' unions as the enemies of logic, of thought, of parents, of everything else that they are. They are out of control. Do it. Let's see a national march to take Trump out before the midterms. All righty, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, happy birthday, belated.
Oh, thank you, Dom. And I promise not to string that out.
Okay.
Dom, I just love the way Trump can disrupt this, can just intervene and impart disruption. I think it was brilliant on his part. But what I'd like to know is what Trump said to make them look at that videotape even slower, to make it look like something that they didn't decide on in the first place. I just think it's great. He just showed the compromise of that sport in itself.
I differ with you, Joe. I don't think he did. He just showed the corruption of it. They're all corrupt. The whole thing is just ludicrous.
No, I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
If he could do what he do what he did and pull it off, it just shows the you said corruption. I say compromise. I mean, how much can you slow a videotape down and change your opinion on something? My boys said right away that was so fast and incidental that there was no way that was a red card at the very outset.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. And it just, there's a hole in the sport. Why would you do something like that when you have this ultimate penalty on a random play? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yes, and then he turned the World Cup lovers, a good percentage of them, who loved the United States last game against the United States this week. That's the brilliant part of it. It shows the instability of the emotions of people that are out there that we, ostracize and make fun of every day.
Well, yeah, and again, Joe, it still comes back to me. Look, I'm biased against soccer. Again, it is a sport to be called a beautiful game. I don't know what you're seeing there. What's so magical about it? It's not to me. It just is not.
No, there's too many theatrics and interruptions that go on to make it beautiful. Then, but I love I like the drama behind it. Not that I love the sport at all. I can't wait till it's over. My side answer was a character in a movie who he met his college sweetheart. They connected. They hit it off for purely romantic reasons. He had no sense of direction, had nowhere he was going to. I thought he was downright depressed. And then his future mother-in-law started manipulating him to the point where she talked him into groping her. And finally, he developed a backbone, broke into his fiance's new boyfriend's wedding, and swept her away. And that was Benjamin in The Graduate.
Yeah, that is a great underdog, to put it mildly. And the guy from Three's Company, Mr. Roper, one of those, plays the landlord. I want you out of here. Who plays the husband? It's another big character actor. All right, that's a good one. 855-839-1210. Hit us with your all-time underdog is what we're looking for. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. Stallone's birthday, that's the premise today. Yeah, I'll probably watch some of this tonight. It might be an all-time shootout.
You have to.
2-1 or so. Yeah, how many cards will we put out there?
It's going to be scrappy early, I'm telling you.
What would the American announcers do? Does the Belgian team really train on a horse? I'm not sure, but that's when the country eats. How can you stoke yourself up to play Belgium? It's not, other than the enormity of the game. Has the United States ever gone past this point? I don't know it has. No, okay.
Actually, no, that's not true. I think they did in 2002.
Okay.
But I think that was a little flukier run. I think there's a bigger expectation because this is, quote unquote, our golden generation of soccer. So if we don't pass, we don't make it to the quarterfinals. What are we doing here?
855-839-1210. And also, this stuff with the teachers union, watch this. If this takes off, if they actually do a march on Washington, that will be very helpful. I'm still waiting. We're past July 4th now. When are we going to see any energy from the Republican Party? That's all that they need. There's a home. I see a Poly Market out today, and people, it comes out 215 seats on paper for Republicans. It's those last few seats to get over the top is where the battle is. I think it's there. I don't think they're going to lose big time. I'd be shocked if they get killed in this and there's there's not going to be anything like that. So this is going to come down to a seat or two that will determine what happens with the Trump era over the next 2 years. If they're in control, we can move forward with some things. By the way, Scott Presler, not available today. He looks like Wednesday or Thursday. Might have an update on the Save America thing. It is one of the most frustrating things imaginable, just to push a few Republican senators over the line or even force the Democrats. I'm not saying to get rid of the filibuster. Just force them to actually have to do the filibuster to make this a major debate. How long can they keep doing that? And then we'll have a vote. What in the world is, I know it's frustrating. Why vote then? You know what the consequence is, though. We know the other side's going to show up and vote big time. Is there enough to blunt them? On paper, I'd say there is. It's all the energy. It's all who turns out to vote. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, what's the weather like out there?
It's hot, 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 real hot.
Can you tell me what it feels like?
Were you born on the sun? I said it's hot.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Is this how you're feeling right now? Well, don't let your house feel like a rainforest anymore. To keep your home cool, contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Weather sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union.
Our nasty heat wave is finally broken. We're only going to get to 80 today, but we're going to see lots of clouds and some heavy thunderstorms later. Only 75 tomorrow with more showers and clouds around. We'll get a little more sun on Wednesday with a high of 85, up to 87 on Thursday.
With American Heritage Credit Union, you can enjoy a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
There we go. All-timer. All right, 855-839-12. Conan O'Brien. Well, I'll dug that one out. All right, Tom Giordano Show. We did take Rocky off at the beginning of the show. I mean, as it was his birthday, that was the premise of the all-time underdog that's fictional, is what we were looking for today. I've gotten some pretty good ones. By the way, Graham Plattner in a bit of trouble here. Poly Markets and others. It's soaring that he's going to drop out. One poll indicates that, a couple polls over July 4th, that Collins has taken the lead. As we predicted, it would probably happen here. And another scandal is on the, I mean, what could be worse than what this guy has done? Who's their backup? Who are they going to tag in? I'm not exactly sure. I mean, this is.
I'd hate to follow that guy.
Yeah, this is an well, after him, you got to look good. I mean, what kind of baggage could you have? Nah, too much baggage.
I think it's just too much baggage. I don't care who you put in there. They're going to look bad just by association.
Oh, by association, yeah.
Whatever comes out now is going to be horrendous. It has to be horrendous.
So I'd have to say that somehow or another, some degree of sanity is happening there in Maine. It appears. But with these others, the socialist movement, they all got the marching orders. What they're saying, Josh Shapiro dancing around with this is, well, we're all in favor of a Big Ten. I'm about adding. Newsom, I'm about adding, not subtracting. And they all say, well, I don't agree with everything. And the moderators don't follow up by asking, what is it you don't agree with? By the way, in New York with Mondani, you're seeing a lot start up over this weekend over those government-owned stores and how this plays out. Rich Lowry, who I really love, big column. I'll just give you a quick taste of this, then we'll take more calls. In the New York Post today, Karl Marx knew what the socialists of today didn't. Americans do not want socialism, do not want communism. And he went back and says if polymarket had existed at the time when this became the rage in this country, then the Marxists would have thought this is the country where this would work the most because we were the thriving economy. Think of the Roosevelt years, things of that nature, America on the march. And he talks about they took a look at the attributes and values that they called American exceptionalism, which is our fire shield against this, which stopped this. And they talk about the fact that we never had the feudal movement in the United States. We never had this caste system. The other side would argue we did. I would argue Rich Lowry's correct, that we're pretty well established that this will turn against these people. With one thing, how many years have we had? I just mentioned the last segment of the 1619 Project, of the stuff that goes on in TikTok relentlessly, of the People's History of the United States, that textbook. How many years, how much drumbeat have we had of this? So I can't say I would bet against some inroads here because the thing that you have to do to stop socialism, you have to say, this has all been done before. That's what keeps it going, the novelty of it, that people believe it's novel. Wow, why didn't we hear about this before? And Henry, let's tell people behind the scenes a little bit how frustrating it is. I feel like picking up the phone to this legislature in Pennsylvania who has that socialism law and idea and saying, hey, buddy, what's your problem? Why can't you come on the show? Oh, everybody has to come on with Dom? You know what? Deep down, you know how I am? I think, yeah. What are you doing that's better? Tell me right now.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, well, I'm going out
with...
You're
so sure about your opinion? Please, sure.
Yeah, well, I'm going out with my wife and kids right now. You don't have a phone? You can't step aside for 5 minutes? What am I asking for here? So there is a guy in Pennsylvania that would say, and you could duke it out, we get Democrats on record, oh, no. We don't want you defining socialism that way. We want socialism taught this way. Do they even talk about socialism in schools? I don't think they do. And yet, it's the hottest thing out there. Why don't they talk about it? Well, it's not just ideology. It's they're backwards. They're not on top of it. So there is a guy, and he had a number of co-sponsors. Then we try to chase him to get him on so you can hear it and light a spark and get this moving. I'm not sure if it's happening in other states, to demand that a high school curriculum has to talk about socialism. Well, then the devil's in the detail. What are you going to say? Well, I'm starting with saying we got to talk about it. My whole premise is a lot of this stuff is, wow, this is new. Why wasn't this done before? Why wasn't this ever tried? That's what sells it. It's exciting. It gets the juices flowing. There are people that love Larry Krasner because they like the great experiment with what he's doing. He's playing around with test tubes there as people die in the streets. They're excited by it. To somebody they know gets killed or something around them. Then they go, oh, yeah, maybe that experiment has been done before. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Gary. Same to you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the mid-'70s. I wasn't really alive yet, but kind of close. 1975, the record was 410. 1976, the record was 410. And as a result, Eagles bring on a brand new head coach, Dick Vermeil, And to stir things up, he has this thing called a walk-on tryout. And as this walk-on tryout happens, we got a 30-year-old teacher born in Gledolden, St. Joe's grad, becomes one of the oldest non-kickers to ever play in the NFL without college football. And they wind up making a movie out of him. And he's my favorite underdog from this area. That is Vince Papale, Mr. Invincible.
I think he caught one pass in his career. I'll have to ask him the next time we see him. He's been a guest at Seven Fishes many times. Yeah. He's mainly a bomb squad.
I love his attitude. Never give up. Never give up.
Absolutely. All right. So I think that's the second one on it.
Yeah, that was taken away. It's not what he called in for, but it's what he went with.
Okay. All right, it is the lightning round. Come on, hit us just an all-time fictional underdog. We've had some outside the box ones. Forrest Gump was maybe the best so far. People disputing that. Man, Jaws and Forrest Gump, and we're disputing the movies. I have to admit, in a million years, I never would have seen Jenny as a villain.
Same here.
And as far as the mayor with the whale suit, Linda Kearns. It was just brilliant, though, doing that at Mulligan's during the summer. On the day, I think, it was right around the time that Jaws dropped. And is Jaws 2 a better film? I would argue in some ways it is. There's a worse up and down there for Chief Brody. You can say, well, I mean, he was right the first time. Why didn't they listen to him the second time? But when he comes running onto the beach firing the pistol, that is a pretty tough moment.
You're saying the non-Spielberg film is better than the...
Oh, that's non-Spielberg.
No,
I don't know why I thought it was Spielberg.
Jeannot Schwark? I don't know how to say
Is
that.
the guy French? Then he's out.
Yeah.
Is he Belgian?
He's French.
He's definitely out. Okay. All righty. It's 855-839-1210. Lightning round. Hit us with a great one here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, we left one out. I was telling Henry during the break. All-time lightning round, all-time underdogs. Now, these were real, though. These were not characters, but there was a book, I believe, North Catholic, which no longer exists. The guys, what was their crime, the guys on the varsity? They came back a little bit late from a breakfast they were allowed to be at before playing at the Palestra. Coach benched all of them, put in the JV, and they won. And it's still, even though it's way back, a number of years ago, is talked about. But we're looking for a character here that is an all-time underdog. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Cue the theme song.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
For my side answer, in Greek mythology, the king of Corinth, Sisyphus, outwits the Greek gods, and Zeus, in retaliation, condemns Sisyphus to pushing a large boulder up a hill to the top. And as Sisyphus begins to reach the top, the boulder eludes him and rolls back down the hill.
All right, yeah, that's a pretty good, not a happy ending underdog there.
Still pushing
Still
it today.
pushing that thing up the hill. Yeah, exactly. Kevin in Royersford. All right, Kevin, who's yours?
Hey, Dom. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Listen, the movie Stalag 17.
Yes.
It stars William Holden, and he's a sergeant in a German prisoner of war camp, and he's really arrogant, and he doesn't get along with the other prisoners. Well, there's a prison escape. 2 prisoners escape. The Germans are waiting for him and shoot him and kill him. Well, all the prisoners blame William Holden, and they beat the crap out of him in a blanket party. Well, he's not the real informant. Another character played by Peter Graves is the informant. Well, William Holden figures it out that Peter Graves is trading information with the German guards to a hollowed-out black queen from the chessboard. So he gets the black queen, and they figure out that it is Peter Graves. They tie tin cans out to him, throw him out the door. Meanwhile, another prisoner has come into camp, and what the Germans accused him of using a time bomb to blow up a train. Well, he didn't use a time bomb. He used a pack of matches. He lit the one match, put it in, or lit a cigarette, I'm sorry. He lit a cigarette and put the cigarette inside the pack of matches. And the cigarette took a couple minutes to burn down, and it blew up the train. Well, the Germans wanted to try to figure this out. Well, Peter Graves figured it out, and he was going to pass along the information. Holden got him, exposed him. The prisoner loved him, and then William Holden got to take the guy out and escape with him. So he's my underdog.
All right, that's quite a tale there. Yes, all right. Drew in Upper Darby. Hello, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thank you, man. Happy belated 4th, all that good stuff. Thanks for having me, Dom.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Hey, Dom, I forget the character's name in the movie My Cousin Vinny, but you talk about a lawyer that was up against a stacked deck everywhere he went, from the judge judging how he dressed to the food he ate, the car getting stuck in the mud. And he still overcame all those odds, and it was Joe Pesci, the lawyer in My Cousin Vinny. Thanks, Dom.
It was Vinny Gambini.
Gambini. In North Carolina or South Carolina, I forget which one. Yeah.
Right.
Alabama, this is an interesting one. I think it's where it's going. Is Tiger Woods related? It's Chef Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, who's yours?
Ella Woods from Legally Blonde. Number one, she's super hot.
Yeah.
And you think she's a dimwit. And she cracks the case by the lady did something wrong when she did her perm or took a shower after her perm. And nobody takes a shower after a perm. That's how she figured it out.
Rid of perm manditis, yes.
Right.
There you go. Thank you, Chef Dave. Linda Kearns would crack that case, I'm sure.
Right.
Bruce in the Northeast back. All right, Bruce, who's yours today?
Hey, Don, how you doing? I don't have to watch that movie. I just heard the whole thing. You completely explained it. But anyway, Henry, by the way. Henry, happy 4th of July. I know it's the 6th, maybe one of them things.
Keep it going, yes.
But my underdog, this guy must have been amazing. Jim Abbott, Major League pitcher, pitching with one arm. Can you imagine the obstacles he had to overcome to get to the major leagues to be a pitcher, and a good pitcher, too, you know?
I think he threw a no-hitter. I'm not sure if he did, yeah.
I think the more impressive feat is he hit a home run.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, imagine bunting on Jim Abbott. Oh,
yeah.
It's pretty, I needed to hit Jim, yeah. All right, so We got all the contenders in there. Kirk, who did you like today?
After much deliberation, because
Yes.
this was a real weird question to people answer. So I'm gonna go with Drew from Upper Darby with Vinny Gambini from My Cousin Vinny.
Okay.
Why not?
Worthy choice. Henry?
Yeah, I liked Drew's answer of Vincent Gambini. The other one I liked was Lance Southfield with Forrest Gump, and Chef Dave with Elle Woods of Legally Blonde.
It
is
was
an
a
underdog
pretty
story.
funny call, too. Yeah, let's go with Vince Gambini.
All right.
Although
Drew.
Lance with Forrest Gump really led to, let's go with Vince.
Yeah.
He did a 4-2 in crutches. How's he an underdog? I mean, then there's poor Jenny.
Oh, boy.
Oh, goodness.
Is that why you didn't pick Lance? Because he agrees?
Yeah.
He's right.
Yes, exactly. All right, that does it for today. Noon until 3, Monday through Friday. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Of course, we'll have full coverage, red cards, yellow cards. Can you imagine if some judge, they say, oh, wait a minute. No, we're going to take another look at this appeal. You can't play tonight.
I'm
Put
sure
some
there's someone out
injunctions.
there considering it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they got to play. They got to keep. How many more days of this stuff do we have before we get to the finale?
Two
It can't
weeks.
be. Oh, my God. 2 weeks more than meandering. This isn't NFL football. Come on.
big.
All right. So I predict the U.S. wins 1-0 tonight. Henry, what's yours?
3-2.
3-2. And Kirk? All right. Loss. Okay.
A loss.
All right.
Jeez.
We'll have it all tomorrow. Mary Walter is next for 3 big hours to take you home. All that happening right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling.